A few years ago, I was a CNA, certified nursing assistant, and I worked at a nursing home. I had a few encounters there, but nothing prepared me for everything that would happen when I started working at a hospice home. It's essentially where people go to die, people that are very sick and don't have a lot of time. The facility was amazing and worked quickly on getting people in. The point is, a lot, and I mean a lot, of people passed away in the building. And a lot when I was working, which was from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I always opened the window in the resident's room after someone passed away, my way of feeling like the spirit wouldn't be trapped. No one else did this, unfortunately. On to the main point of the story. We have 2 wings of the building, and each wing has a huge linen closet. Tons of sheets, blankets, comforters, towels, washcloths, gowns, you name it. When you open the door, both walls are lined with racks filled with linen. You can walk down into the room a couple hundred feet, and then turn to the right, and it's a little area where extra stuff is stored. Things for the bed baths and hygiene things for the residents. You are completely hidden when you're in the area on the right. A resident woke up around midnight and wanted to get cleaned up, so I was going to give them a bed bath. I went into the linen closet and headed to the area on the right. I was grabbing some soap, toothbrush, toothpaste, a little basin, and other things. And that's when I heard the closet door open and close. We have 1 CNA and 1 RN, registered nurse, on each wing during the night shift. I figured it was the nurse or the CNA for the other side. Sometimes we grab each other if we need help. I then heard a female voice say, "Hello?" I said, "I'm just grabbing stuff for a bath. Do you need help?" I figured it was a nurse. I hear, "I'm so cold." "I can bring you a blanket," I said. "Maybe I'll throw it in the dryer again like last week." I laughed. I turned around and headed to walk back down the main area of the linen closet, and nobody was there. I didn't hear the door open again, so no one left, and there's no place to hide. I then feel someone grab my shoulder. I scream and drop everything as I turn around so quickly, but no one's there. I ran out of there so fast. I tried to tell the nurse what was happening, but I wasn't making any sense until I calmed down. She stuck by my side the rest of the night, and I didn't go back into the linen closet that night. When they grabbed me, it felt like it touched my bare skin, and it was so cold. This was one instance of so many encounters that I experienced there. I write in a daily journal, and I have now typed out this experience from 2017 to 2019. I hope you enjoy it. So, in November of 2017, I was in the end stages of my pregnancy. Our apartment was heated by a gas fireplace, and stupidly, the carbon monoxide detector was in an adjacent room with the door closed. It wasn't until the door opened that my husband and I were aware that I was slowly being poisoned. I was sent to the hospital. While on oxygen, I went into labor and thus began a very horrible ordeal. I could elaborate, but for the sake of the story, I'll skip that. Anyway, 3 things happened. Number 1, my daughter was born. Number 2, something latched onto me while I was in the ER for the poisoning. And number 3, my husband took a job out of state to support us while getting his career going, a week after I left the hospital. The whole time I'm in the maternity ward, I'm having issues sleeping. Insomnia is common for me, so I didn't think too much about it. However, every time I started to sleep, I would wake up from a panic attack. This went on for the entire week that I was there, and for about a week after coming home. Eventually, I was able to start sleeping, But then things started to happen. I lived in the apartment for 3 years prior with no incidents, but onward from week 2 of coming home, the following happened, based on my journal entries. November 22nd of 2017. Whispering coming from the audio baby monitor. This is a common occurrence from this point forward. December 8th. The first unusual cold spot found. Living room was always about 20 degrees warmer than the rest of the apartment because the heater was there, but suddenly it was freezing in one spot of the room. It was never cold there again. December 11th. The babymobile's battery drained rapidly. This also became common. First set of batteries lasted a month. All following batteries died within 72 hours. Was eventually moved to my mother's house, where the mobile operated as intended. January 3rd, 2018. Never felt comfortable being in the house. Felt cold no matter where I was. Started living in my mother's house to avoid being in my apartment. February 17th. Mother's landlord threatens to up my mother's rent if I don't leave. I return home. Was greeted with a horrible stench and was forced to clean my whole house top to bottom to get rid of it. Daughter starts to scream in her sleep. This occurs about once a week. I can't wake her, but she's screaming. Doctors find nothing wrong. April 1st. Husband returns home. Everything stops happening. I feel like I'm crazy because no one has witnessed this but me. He gets a job at home. Everything seems fine. We live happily. August 6th. While outside on the balcony, the door handle that I had just used with no problem breaks, trapping me outside. While trying to climb down from the second floor, I fall, break my back, and end up hospitalized. My aunt moves in to help with my daughter while I recover. Months later, my aunt confesses that from day 1 of being there, she felt like someone was watching her and was often cold. I was drugged up for 2 months while recovering, so I don't have much to say. October 27th. We decided to move my daughter into her own bedroom before her birthday. We had the baby monitor, a blanket, and a bag sitting on the coffee table when we all stepped outside, my husband, my aunt, my daughter, and I, to see our friend in the parking lot. When we returned, the baby monitor was sitting on the floor, 3 feet away, in an upright position. This is when my husband believed me about what I said happened while he was gone, and my aunt confesses her issues. October 29th. A doll that had been sitting on a shelf in my daughter's room is sitting upright in the middle of the living room the next morning. My daughter could not reach it or leave her crib. My aunt was sleeping on the couch and heard no one in the night. November 2018 to July 2019. I'm grouping this together because there's too much stuff in the journal. Basically, the house went haywire. I have several days where multiple entries occur. Thumping, lights flickering, bad odors, cold spots, toys turning on by themselves, objects moving, whispering, and my daughter develops nightmares on an almost nightly basis. March 9th. Our friend W comes to visit. In a very disturbing way to greet her, the word hello is written on the bathroom mirror from a marker that originated from a separate room. This isn't her first dealing with hauntings, so she replies with, "Hello, who are you?" Later it replied with, "Rick." June 14th. Our friend L asks to use our apartment to host a party for an MLM she was a part of. 30 plus people show up throughout the night. One, who has never stepped foot in our apartment prior, commented that the bathroom light kept turning on and off the whole night, even when nobody was in there. June 29th. My mother and her boyfriend come to visit. Everyone was drinking and goofing off. Suddenly, the boyfriend demands to go home and leaves without explanation. Later, my mother informs me that he saw a black mass floating around the ceiling, hovering around me, and moving like it was pulling something out of me. He convinces my mom to have a cleansing done. July 1st, evening. My mother, with the aid of her boyfriend and guidance from his friend, performed a cleansing. drawing everything out of the main door. My daughter screamed the whole time this was happening, but immediately fell asleep once it was over. The house felt still, like it was frozen in time until sunrise. July 2nd, morning. A black handprint was found on the roof outside our stairs. Context: I lived in a multifamily home. The stairs to the second floor were outside because the second floor is a separate apartment. From then on, we didn't have anything else happen. We moved out in June of 2020. 2 months after my daughter asked me why we no longer lived in Old House, I told her why and that we were not moving back there. She replied with, "Good. Mr. Black was scary. He wanted to eat my face." I was working out, and I was on the phone with my dad, and we were having a nice conversation. Then I heard this devilish scream. It literally sounded like some kind of demon or devil was screaming in my room. I heard it echo through my dad's line too, but he told me that he couldn't hear a thing. I was confused. I said, "What do you mean you didn't hear it?" And he said, "I just didn't hear it." My stomach dropped. So I took out the butcher knife and started walking to my room. I know, stupid idea. I probably should have just ran out of the house until somebody came back. But I did what I could. And keep in mind, I was home alone, and nobody could have saved me if something had come and popped up on me. I searched the room and there was absolutely nothing. I searched the other rooms as well. Still nothing. I'm totally confused as to what happened. If anybody does know, please tell me, because as of right now, I'm never entering that room again until I know what that was. It's been well over a year since I last saw a gnome. I have epilepsy, so I'm never sure if it's just my brain fabricating things, but I've never hallucinated due to seizures that I know of. That all being said, I once went to a psychic who did Akashic record readings. She told me that I was closely connected to earth spirits. I made no mention to her about seeing gnomes because, well, that makes you sound absolutely bonkers. For a short period of time, my ex and I lived at his late grandfather's house. The property was teeming with Japanese maples and native plants. He also kept an orchid room. One day, while taking a shower, I heard the bathroom door move, and I saw a little drably dressed old man, about 1.5 feet tall, run through the bathroom and climb out the open window. It scared the crap out of me. I let out a yelp. My ex came running in, and so as not to be taken for even more medical testing than I'd already been through, when he asked me what happened, I just told him I'd slipped. Another thing I once saw may have been a troll, but I'm not sure. I have no idea what it was. Maybe one of you can enlighten me. I had been doing a lot of meditating, 3 hours or so, and I headed into my bedroom to change for the gym. I opened my closet, and there was this 3.5 to 4 foot naked, wrinkly, elf-type troll thing. I gasped and backed up, and it disappeared. Since both sightings mentioned here, I've had more than one CT scan, MRIs, etc. My seizures were a result of head trauma that happened well after what I'll refer to as the troll incident. There are other times that I have seen them as well. Once in childhood, I had an encounter with my late Noni, and a few encounters with my grandfather who died when I was 4. Again, my brain has been scanned a lot in multiple ways, and nothing has ever been found other than some white spots from chronic migraines, and those popped up super recently. I've also been evaluated by a neuropsychologist, and nothing other than my seizures due to the head trauma, has ever been wrong with me. Like I said, the head trauma happened way after I saw the troll or gnome or whatever it was. I don't know what these things are, but what do you think? So, when I was about 15 to 16, my neighbor asked my sister, we'll call her Cassie, and I if we could stay at her large century house while she was on a business trip for 2 weeks. Having been close to our neighbor and loved her dog and kitty, we said of course. Cassie slept in the master bedroom, and I stayed in the second bedroom upstairs, which is connected to the attic. Now, Cassie and I always loved creepy stuff, always watching ghost adventures every Friday night, and we shared a lot of personal paranormal experiences together. We would always open the small attic door and mess around, saying we should go in there. I'm glad we never did. One night, Cassie stayed next door while I was at the neighbor's. I was sitting on the couch with the dog and kitty next to me, watching TV. My neighbor has one of those alarm systems where if you open an entrance door, a little beep goes off. I heard the beep and didn't really react, expecting to see my sister or mom walk in to come hang out. After a minute of waiting to hear something or for someone to come in, nothing happened. I called out for Cassie, but no answer. I messaged my mom and asked if it was her, but she wasn't even home. What scares me is the beep goes off for any door, meaning it could have been the front door that was maybe 5 feet from me on the other side of the wall. I brushed it off so I didn't get too scared and continued watching TV. Except after about 30 minutes, I started hearing footsteps above me, which would have been the master bedroom. I look to my left and see the dog. I look to my right and see the cat, so it couldn't have been them. I turned the TV down and listened some more, and it sounded like the footsteps just paced back and forth. I had my sister come over and spend the night with me that night. The next day, I went to my neighbor's right after school, and I saw the basement door was open. Odd, but I closed it and went about my day. I started to clean her dining room and moved chairs away from the table to sweep underneath it. I remembered that the broom was upstairs, so I ran up really quickly to grab it, and as I came back down to the dining room, one of the chairs was pushed into the stairway entrance, blocking me in. Again, I just brushed it off and pushed it back. Except once I started sweeping, I felt something almost rush up behind me, so much so that I dropped the broom and ran my butt next door to my parents. The last few days consisted of random stuff moving, doors opening, and lights being on while we were at school. When my neighbor got back home, she paid us, thanked us, but then asked if anything weird had happened. I explained everything to her and she sort of laughed and said, "Yeah, that happens a lot. I didn't want to tell you girls beforehand in case it would deter you from staying there." She also mentioned I slept in the most haunted room in the house, the second bedroom upstairs with the attic. I brought up the basement door, but that's where her vibe changed. She said that's the one place in her house she won't mess with, because it just scares her that much. Needless to say, after those 2 weeks, I sort of avoided going there. For a few years, at least. Then, after I graduated high school and moved out of my parents', my neighbor offered a room in her house for me to stay, and I said yes. So after I moved in, she let me stay in what she called the piano room, which had a piano in it that came with the house. She took the piano out and moved it into the garage, so I actually had room for my stuff. For the first few nights, I definitely felt weird vibes. Maybe it was just because I am biased and had weird stuff happen to me years before, but I always believed I could sense supernatural stuff ever since a young age. Basically, the vibes were off. I would wake up in the middle of the night, hearing what sounded like piano keys, but just enough to wake me up, and that was it. A few weeks later, I got myself a cat. I still have her to this day, and she's my sweet baby. Anyway, she would react and stare at things that were invisible to me. And while I know that cats can be weird, I know animals are sensitive to the paranormal, so I got freaked out any time she would meow or paw at something that wasn't there. While my neighbor still lived in and owned the house, she was constantly away on business trips or stayed at her mom's house. At this point, her dog passed away and she had her cat at her mom's house, which is why she had offered me a room, so the house wasn't always empty. I would hear so many strange noises at night coming from the master bedroom and in the kitchen. I remembered a weird one from the kitchen. It's sort of hard to make a good visual, but I'll try. So the basement door was actually next to the fridge, but the door was blocked by my neighbor's dishwasher so that nobody could get in or out unless the dishwasher was moved. I'm standing looking through the pantry, back facing the basement door, and in the reflection of the pantry door, I saw the basement door open up ever so slightly. I swear it felt like a horror movie. I whipped around, locked the basement door, and went to my room. My neighbor and I ended up having many conversations about the weird stuff. She didn't go into a lot of detail about her experiences, but my mom said she told her a few and was genuinely scared, and that I shouldn't ask her anymore. I also just remembered another one from a few years before I moved in. I was out sitting by our sandbox in the backyard, and I saw out of the corner of my eye my neighbor go down to her driveway and take her garbage cans back up to the house. And you know that sound of a garbage can dragging along a gravel driveway? Distinct for sure, right? Anyway, I heard the sound stop right by her garage. I looked up to wave, but no one was there. I assumed maybe she had gone inside or something. But then when I went inside for the day, my mom said that my neighbor was going to be home late and asked if I could take her trash cans up to the house. I froze dead in my tracks. I swore up and down that I heard and saw someone doing it already. But my mom chalked it up to the heat of the summer getting to me. That's one I'll never forget. Another thing I should mention that always seemed eerie to me is that my neighbor constantly tried to sell the house. A family would buy it, but would move back out so quickly. This happened for years and years. The listing price wasn't expensive either, especially for being a big home in a decent area of town. As I got older, I now think that the aura of the house is just off, and it made everyone move out. Eventually, she ended up selling it again, and the current residents have stayed there the longest. To cut an extremely long story short, my friend used to live in a house that was well into the woods. One day, he told me something was happening around his house, so I spent the night. We sat with our backs to the wall, and the window cracked just a bit on the second story. As we were talking, we started hearing strange noises coming from the woods. We were shocked as we peeked to see what it could be. Between his house and the woods was a big open area. We could faintly see the open area because of the moonlight, but we couldn't see into the pitch blackness of the woods. Suddenly, some large white creature that looked like a naked man creeped out. It was bald, and its eyes were glowing. When we freaked out, I yelped a bit too loudly, causing it to stop and go back into the woods. The next day, being the curious people we were, we decided to go out into the woods and search. Eventually, we found a strange uprooted tree with a bunch of holes in the ground. We heard heavy breathing coming from somewhere inside, but we decided not to go in there looking. A few weeks went by, and nothing. I came back to his house just to have a sleepover. He asked me to go grab one of his bikes off the back porch. I went back there through the garage, but as I was grabbing it, I felt like something was watching me. I looked off toward the woods, but saw nothing. Suddenly, I heard a strange noise literally over my head. I looked up at the roof, which was only about 7 feet off the ground in that section of the house due to the elevation of the porch, and I saw a similar creature sitting on the roof just feet from my face. When I panicked, it shrieked in my face, and I ran back into the garage and slammed the door shut. My friend ran into the garage from inside the house to see what had happened, and I was panicking, telling him to lock everything. We locked ourselves inside and waited for his dad to come back. This was around 6 to 8 o'clock at night. I don't remember exactly, but it was closer to the night. His dad was in the military and decided to step out and take a look after he came home, and we told him what had happened. He saw that same creature in the distance, just on the edge of the woods, but he had no explanation for us as to what it could be. It's been 5 years since that happened, and now I've been seeing sightings of things just like it all over the place. YouTube, Reddit, Facebook. It's really been haunting me lately, thinking back on that sound that it made when it shrieked, and the way it looked. It was terrifying. Its eyes seemed very strange, too. I kind of tied 2 and 2 together, and figured that it must live beneath the ground somewhere, and only come up when it's dark. Has anyone else witnessed anything like this? This is the story of Madeline, the doll that has my face. For context, my mom is the original owner of Madeline, but Madeline has been mine since I was a child. Madeline was bought by my mother about 35 years ago, long before I was born. There's a possibility that she's a lot older than that, as she was second-hand when my mom bought her. These are my experiences with this doll. I'm well aware that creepy doll is a trope, but stay with me. Madeline, I named her, is a porcelain doll with a soft body filled of horsehair, with her hands and feet and face made of plain white porcelain. Her hair, according to a doll expert I had her repaired by a few years ago, is a combination of horse and human. She's about 30 centimeters long, with brown hair, blue eyes, wears a blue cotton dress with embellishments, black leather lace-up boots, and a somewhat Victorian underdress. I believe she was pretty common, a generic doll type. I base this off the fact that I took her to doll shows as a child to find out a little bit more about her, since she doesn't have any marks, and another lady had her almost exact identical replica. Same dress, same colors, hair, and everything, so she must have been pretty common. The only difference? The face. The lady and I compared the dolls, vividly pointing out how my doll's face was almost identical to mine. I'm not saying it's impossible to have dolls who look somewhat similar to you. I mean, that's just good marketing, really. But at the time, I had a jaw problem that required surgery, and the doll's jaw perfectly matched mine. Heavy overbite. This lady's doll didn't at all. Given the dolls had everything else exactly the same except the face, it just sort of makes me wonder if at some point her face had been replaced or repainted before my mom purchased her. I don't believe Madeline to be a harmful entity, but a few strange things have happened that make me wonder. As a child, I kept her on my bed on the top bunk. I had one of those loft beds with a desk under it while I was at school. If someone was to change the sheets, they'd put her back, because Mom was always worried that the dog would eat her. She was always on my bed, and I was the only kid in the house, so I'm the only one who played with her at the time. At school one day, I would have been about 10 years old. I broke my right wrist. Most children will break something in childhood, and I had fallen out of a tree. I remember getting home from the hospital at about 8 p.m., and I was a bit dopey from the assistance they'd given me. Because I couldn't climb the bunk in a cast, Mom made me up the mattress on the ground. I had grabbed Madeline so that Mom could move the bed, when suddenly, Madeline's right hand dropped onto the carpet. I would brush this off, but more has happened. Once I needed stitches in my head. I came home and there was a chunk of Madeline's hair gone. I had jaw correction surgery. Now neither of us have an overbite. I've had knee surgery and have a scar on my right foot, and she has just had a crack repaired on her right foot. Mom, who hadn't seen her in a few years as I've had things in storage, recently made a comment, and it's what made me decide to tell my story. She said, "I remember her having a much younger looking face when you were little." Could this doll be aging with me, experiencing things like I am? I really don't know what it means, but I'm interested to hear your thoughts. During my time at university, I had a part-time job at a huge Bavarian company. The building had 8 floors and a quadratic shape, with a big lobby hall in the center of the building. It actually was hundreds of years old, but completely renovated. I worked once or twice a week, mainly on weekends. Now here's the interesting part. I worked in night shifts, and my job was basically to walk around the whole building twice a night. While walking through the hallways, I just had to watch out for stuff that people forgot when they rush into the weekend. Open doors, open windows, light switches, things like that. Nothing out of the ordinary, and the payment was also really good. In fact, I was kind of surprised about how good the payment was, because obviously I didn't have to do much in those 8 hours. My girlfriend and other friends mentioned that the payment is just fair, as I had to walk around a huge building at night completely alone. They always mentioned how they would never do this. Sometimes my girlfriend would visit me there to bring me dinner. They said that the sinister feeling in buildings like these would play mind games with them. I never had problems being alone. Neither was I paranoid, nor did I believe in paranormal occurrences. Just studied throughout the night and did my 2 walks. Until this one night in September of 2018. The shift started like any other. I got the keys from the janitor and started studying after my first walk through the building. Between 3:55 and 4:05 a.m., the whole electronic system throughout the entire building resets, which I found really odd at my first shift but grew to ignore it after some months. The janitor explained the reason after I asked. The reset leads to light sources turning on and off throughout the whole building, systematically but still chaotic. I sat at the front desk, not even paying attention to it, when suddenly a certain noise reached me. One of the 2 elevator doors in the first floor opened itself, closed itself, and then opened itself again. Meh, malfunction, I thought, going back to reading boring scientific papers. After 20 minutes, it happened again, but this time, the light in the elevator switched off, which seemed really odd. At this point, I started to feel a little bit alarmed. When I moved into the elevator, the door behind me closed. I panicked and tried to get out of the elevator, but the elevator even started to take me to the 2nd floor, in complete darkness. When I reached the 2nd floor, the door opened, and I basically fell out of the elevator door, turning around while I fell. The really sinister-looking, completely dark elevator closed again and took off to another floor. My heart was racing, and a part of me thought someone manipulated the console, but another part of me felt something else. Fear. I had goosebumps all over my body, and I returned to the front desk with the plan to text my supervisor and the janitor about a technical defect in the elevator. I did this with trembling hands when I suddenly heard another distant noise. Radio music from somewhere in the canteen. I slowly moved to the canteen, with my smartphone light switched on. The noise came from the kitchen, and I followed it. Reaching the kitchen, I saw that a radio was playing music on some of the tables. The cooks listened to the radio while working. I froze and I couldn't breathe. During my first walk, the janitor texted me and told me to put the radio under a certain desk and switch it off, as the cooks would always store it there. I did this directly when I started the shift, even texting him to confirm that I had, and to ask where the desk was because at first I couldn't find it. I turned around and sprinted through the canteen directly to an exit and waited outside for the last 2 hours. Luckily, I had the keys with me when someone for the day shift came. When he arrived, I got into the building with him, took my bag, and left quickly. I called myself in sick for the next 2 weeks. After that, I quit the job using excuses regarding my sleep cycle. Till this day, I have no idea what happened that night. The last 2 days have gotten crazy. For the past 2 years, there's been a tapping sound coming from my bedroom window. It started one Halloween night. I know, it sounds like a bad movie, but bear with me. And it's happened about a few times a month since, sometimes more often. Something taps at the window. There is nothing around to hit the window, and it sounds exactly like a finger tapping on the glass. My siblings and I are just used to it by now. A few days ago, my brother started complaining that something was communicating to him from outside the den window. Keep in mind, we live in an apartment complex, so we always have the blinds closed. He says that whatever it was just kept saying, "Hello," to him in a robotic, high-pitched voice. The rest of our family just shrugged it off. The day after, we go outside and there are small tracks leading up to all of our windows. I don't know what animal could have made those tracks because it's bipedal. Later that day, I was in my bedroom, laying in the bed that's next to the window, blinds closed, and I about jump out of my skin because someone is loudly banging against the glass. I ignored it. I just assumed it was one of my siblings sneaking up on me. I then found out that they were both together at that moment in the house while it happened, and they hadn't been out for hours. The next night, my brother complained about the voice outside his window again, and we told him to ignore it. If it's something supernatural, we don't want to mess with it. Yesterday, while we were all preparing for dinner, my entire family and I heard the creature screaming outside. I was too shocked to move to grab my phone and record it. It kept yelling, "Hello, come out! Hello, come out!" exactly how my brother had described. It was so loud we could hear it clearly from the kitchen and the dining room, and really the whole house. We didn't want to look outside. This morning, more snow had fallen, but fresh prints were there. I don't know what to make of any of this, but it's impossible for this to be a prank because of the lack of human prints in the snow. I live in Northeast Ohio. If anyone has any information on what this is, or has a similar experience, please let me know. When I was a kid in the 90s, I would often sleep at my grandmother's house in the middle of a small village in the Jura region of France. The bedroom I would stay in was called the room in the back. As the name suggests, it was one of the last 2 rooms at the end of a main corridor shaped like an L. There wasn't anything special about that bedroom. It was pretty small and contained a bed, shelves with books, and some other very basic furniture. Yet, for some reason, that room creeped me out. I felt an unwelcoming presence, and I would always struggle to fall asleep, scared of whatever invisible forces seemed to be lurking in the dark. One night there, when I was around 8 years old, I woke up scared and confused. I found myself lying down on the floor and in total darkness. I feel like I need to make two things clear here. This is the only time in my entire life that I have ever awakened outside of whatever bed or couch I'd been sleeping in. Second, despite the fact that the house is located in a small village, it wasn't particularly isolated, and the streetlights outside would always let a little bit of light filter through the closed blinds at night. So here I was, a child, surrounded by total obscurity, struggling to understand why I wasn't in my bed. I tried my best to stay calm and touched around me, hoping to find the side of the bed nearby so I could climb back into it, but I simply could not find it. I tried for several minutes, but it just didn't seem to be there, which was extremely strange considering that the bedroom wasn't that big in the first place. I therefore decided to move forward in a single direction to find a wall, and then I could follow that wall until I found the bed. But things got even stranger as I tried to find a wall. I would bump into furniture that I didn't recognize, and despite all of my efforts, I could not find a wall anywhere. Everything around me was completely and utterly unfamiliar. I thought about calling for help. My grandmother was sleeping in the bedroom on the other side of the corridor, and my parents in the living room. However, I imagined them finding me screaming on the floor and decided not to, not wanting to face that kind of embarrassment. Finally, I fell asleep on the floor, giving up on finding the bed. The next morning, I woke up in that bed under the blankets. It was like the entire event had been nothing more than a weird dream, yet it absolutely did not feel like a dream. I am a natural lucid dreamer, and even back then I was already very familiar with how dreams feel, and this just wasn't one. A few years ago, a long time after this strange occurrence, I went to England to visit my aunt, who's from the other side of the family. She claims to be a witch and is into a lot of New Age stuff. I've always been skeptical, but I have to admit that she's done and said a few strange things that got me to go from not believing her at all to being a little bit more neutral about it. We were talking about our respective families, and she went on about the only time when she had ever been to my grandma's house, when I was a baby. I thought it was a good opportunity to see if she had sensed anything unusual there, and I asked her, making sure to keep the question open so as not to influence her. The first thing she said was, "Ah, yes, the room in the back." She said it in English and had no idea that we called it that way in French too. "There is something wrong with that room," she said. I was spooked. Once I got back to France, I decided to confront my mother about it, since she'd spent her childhood in that house. As soon as I asked her what was wrong with that room in the back, she froze and her face became white. She explained to me that when she was little, she went into that bedroom with a few friends, and they tried to invoke spirits for fun. They sat down on the floor in a circle, holding hands, and said, "Spirit, if you're here, knock 3 times." They immediately heard 3 very violent knocks and ran off, screaming. She told me that ever since then, the room had felt weird. And that's it. Nowadays, the room is pretty different, but still used as a guest bedroom. It still feels weird, but I'd say a lot less so than when I was a kid. I know my brothers, who are 10 years younger than I am, have also complained about feeling uncomfortable there for some reason, but they never had any unusual experience there. Just a feeling. In 2020, I was staying with my sister in her house that she'd had for 9 years. I was taking a shower, and when I opened the curtain to get out, I saw the towel on the hook of the door move up and down off of the hook, like it would if you were going to take it off to dry yourself. I was shocked. I had never seen anything like that before. I ran downstairs to my nieces, ages 13 and 14, and they were just laughing. One of the first nights I moved in, I had a dream about me hiding from my sister in a boiler room or basement. I saw that she was burned up like Freddy Krueger. My sister is 40, and I'm almost certain that she practices witchcraft along with our grandmother, in whose home I also experienced weird dreams when I stayed with her a month later. We both stayed in the same room, sleeping, and one night my grandma was in my dream. When I woke up, she did too, just a minute or so later. Hours later, she got on the phone with her friend, and I heard her say, "It's crazy where your spirit will travel when you're asleep." She started to talk about the exact same dream I had had. I had never told her about it. I have always believed in the paranormal. As a child, it fascinated me in many different and sometimes terrifying ways. I grew up in a mid-sized to small former coal mining city in Pennsylvania. My house at the time was an older, small, 3-bedroom house in a historically lower income area. For as long as I can remember, I have felt the presence of spirits in that home. As a child, I would wake up constantly in the middle of the night, sweating and in fear that something was watching me from the far left corner of my room. That feeling never went away, but got stronger. I never felt alone while living in that home, always on edge. It got to the point where I was late in my teens, still sleeping with the lights on, because I was that terrified of the presence that lingered over me at night. In terms of seeing things, the only truly horrifying image I remember seeing was as a child. I was opening up my downstairs bathroom door, and I saw my dog as a rotting corpse staring back at me. When I shut the door and reopened it, the image was gone. My dog was alive and totally fine at the time. My dogs would bark at random noises in the house, and would sometimes bark at nothing at all. But the animals of my house would never come into my room. They would always whine by the door and scratch until I let them out. I never really thought about that until now. One thing that would happen to everyone in the house was things going missing. Granted, we were a large family in a smaller home, but things were always moving around, and never in the same place that we remember putting them. In my room, this was a constant experience that I could never escape. I suppose here I should put a content warning for mental health and mentions of suicidal ideation. One thing that always stuck with me was the way that that house made me feel mentally. Granted, my family dynamic didn't help the situation. It's much better now, but at the time, it was rocky. But the best way that I can put it into words was it felt like something was sucking the energy and life out of my existence. I felt the most depressed and suicidal I ever have in the span of 4 years while living in this house. During this time, these feelings of being watched and stalked were at their highest. I felt truly and utterly alone, and yet my presence was never alone. A lot of these problems would end up fading, but never really went away. My grandfather would pass in 2016, and since then, the entire energy of my house changed. My mental health improved immensely, and those feelings of being watched felt more comfortable and warming rather than cold and negative. You could feel a shift in the entire home's dynamic, and just our overall moods and emotions were more stable. I felt comfortable staying home alone and simply using a nightlight to sleep. The last time I lived in that house full-time was in 2019. I moved away for college and would only go home to visit. I would be home for maybe 2 to 3 days with a 5-day visit for Christmas, but an energy was still there whenever I walked through that door. My friends from college would feel that same energy too. I asked my one friend as we were driving back from Pennsylvania to New York, where we were in college, if she felt like my house was haunted. And without any hesitation, she said, "Oh, 1,000%. Let's flash forward to this year. My family moved from the city to the mountains. We're now living in a converted cabin near a lake, 3 miles off a dirt road. During the day, it's beautiful and serene. At night, it's really creepy. Just darkness. I wrote it off, thinking I just wasn't used to the new environment, since I live just outside of New York City. The first time that I went home to visit the new house, I was only there for 1 day. The second time, I spent 2 nights with my friend from college. We slept in the same room, and she would tell me how I would talk in my sleep, something I've never done before. The second night, I would wake up in the middle of the night, shouting full sentences, and having the worst time going back to bed. The next morning when I woke up, there were scratches all over my neck and upper back. My fingernails are not long, so there's no way that I could have done that to myself at all. That was back in April. More recently, I went home for 3 weeks. This would be the longest I would stay in the house thus far. I began to hear the voices of my loved ones clear as day in the middle of the night, despite those people being asleep or across the house from me. That feeling of being watched was back, and it felt more negative than how I even remembered it. I continued to talk in my sleep, to wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat despite the room being freezing cold, and I would always feel uneasy at night. I'm back in New York and nothing has happened here. My family claims nothing weird has happened to them in the house, so I don't really know what to think. Am I crazy? Or is that presence back from the past to haunt me? I'm wondering if anybody has any information about the Omni Bedford Springs in Pennsylvania. I live very close, and I used to go there daily to swim. It flooded when I was a child. In the early 2000s, Omni bought it and restored it, while adding on as well. Construction workers reported many strange occurrences. It was James Buchanan's summer White House. It was a facility to hold foreign diplomats during the wars. The springs are known to have healing properties. I have always felt a presence in the old section of the main hotel. I swam laps there for years in the famous pool. One day, they were filling the pool, and the hose was still. They fill it using the natural spring water from the mountain. About 15 minutes later, it looked as if a child was holding it and playing with it, swinging it around. My friend and I always swam together, and we both saw it. And then, we both saw it suddenly stop. On other occasions, we would hear splashing when nobody was in the pool. One time, I felt a huge movement in the water while swimming. Nobody was there, though. We were the only ones there, and my friend wasn't in the pool. We also spotted a gentleman at the top of the stairs to the balcony, where the band used to play for the pool, but nobody was there when we looked again. I have also sat in the library many times reading while waiting on my friend to arrive, or before I hit the road. I would hear sounds. I'm not sure what the room used to be, but the windows are scratched from brides testing their diamonds, I was told. They also have some of the guest ledgers there. All of the things that happened to me were between 3 in the morning and 6 in the morning. Does anybody have any idea what's going on there? For some backstory, I'm a 26-year-old female. I grew up in a very haunted house. the woods were also haunted. It was in rural Appalachian, Pennsylvania. Our area had a lot of mining and Native American history. The oldest known site of human habitation was just a few miles away. Our house was also built near the portal to an abandoned mine, where an accident took place. I've experienced noises, voices, things moving, and figures from a young age. I assume I have attachments. I no longer live in my childhood home. Things have started everywhere that I lived to some extent, but never as bad as there. This post is about where I live now, and I'm hoping to get some advice on what to do, or some possible reasons behind it. Currently, I moved in with my partner, who's a 26-year-old male, last summer. He bought the home in 2020 and says that he never experienced anything, and neither did his roommate. I moved in right after the roommate moved out. It was built in the 50s, no odd history that I know of. It's a pretty quiet suburb, right outside the city. One of the things that happens is that things move. I remember carrying a military duffel bag upstairs while I was moving in, and I stacked one on top of the other. A few hours later, I heard a loud bang upstairs. The top one was on the floor, in front of the bottom one. It wasn't like it rolled off, but more like it had been placed, or dropped. It was upright. A few days later, my folded flag from my re-enlistment was knocked off the windowsill, but all the windows were closed, and I checked for drafts. 2 weeks ago, I actually watched my partner's GameCube slide over about 2 inches on our TV stand. It's not plugged into anything. It's just the box sitting there, so it's not like the dogs could have pulled the cables. This was a common theme in my childhood home as well. It got so bad I had to fall asleep with movies on, because if it was silent, I would have to listen to things falling off my dressers, toys falling, things sliding, and so on. Another thing that happens is footsteps. I've heard heavy boot footsteps coming up the stairs and stopping in front of the bedroom door multiple times. It sounds so real that I've actually grabbed my gun thinking someone broke in. The last time it happened, a few weeks ago, my dogs heard it and walked over to the door. They didn't bark, they just sniffed. Most of the time it happens when I'm home alone, but there was one time when my partner heard it too. This has also happened at multiple locations. I've heard the same heavy footsteps that stop at the doorway, at my ex's house, and also an apartment I lived in. I've also seen figures. It was early morning, I was half asleep, and I heard the footsteps. This time they came into the room. I thought it was my partner home from work. When I opened my eyes, he was already laying next to me and sleeping. I didn't see anything. Nobody was in the room. When he woke up, I told him about it, and he said that he had a dream that night where someone was in the house walking around, and that he saw a figure standing in our room. A black figure with weird eyes. He said that he's dreamed about a figure in our room a few times since he started seeing me. My ex also experienced the same thing, and would sometimes see black figures, or a man with a mustache, in the room in his dreams, but only when he was with me. One of my friends also saw a man with a mustache standing next to my bunk in her dream, while we were at training a few years ago. We've heard voices as well. My partner has heard me calling his name, or saying, "Babe," in the next room when I'm actually upstairs and didn't say anything. This has happened about 5 times. It's another thing that used to happen to me in the house that I grew up in. I would hear a woman saying my name in the next room when my mom wasn't home. Last night, I woke up and saw the shadow of my dog sitting upright on the end of our bed. I could see the shape blocking out the light of the TV behind him. I could see shoulders. Sometimes my dog gets too hot and can't sleep, and will sit up like that. So I reached forward to pet him, and my hand didn't touch a thing. He was actually laying down flat on his side. The shadow was behind him. I didn't have my contact lenses in, so I couldn't see too clearly. My regular eyesight is horrible. I just see shapes. I turned my phone flashlight on, and the upright shadow disappeared. I haven't seen a figure since I lived in the first house, which is why I'm concerned. Little things have always started after I moved in somewhere, but it's escalating faster this time. This brings me back to the mine behind our childhood home. 2 months ago, my 2 brothers, my partner, and I decided to go back to those woods and try to find the entrance. Well, we found it. The portal was collapsed, and they tried digging it out. We found pieces of the old mine cars, and we all brought a little something home. Do you think it could be escalating because we went back? And not only that, I brought a piece of a mine car into our house without even thinking about the repercussions? Now I'm worried. I haven't told my partner about the figure. And now, I'm just wondering what comes next. I'm a skeptic, but I used to be obsessed with anything paranormal. I lost interest as I got older. I used to believe anything that I would see on those weird History Channel shows about Bigfoot and UFOs. It's not like I think that any of this is impossible. It's just that I'm much harder to convince now. I try to take any footage or pictures of this stuff as rationally as I can. Usually, the simplest explanation is the explanation. Ironically, though, I saw something that no matter how hard I try, I cannot explain. Years ago, I was at a party at a house surrounded by woods. Miles and miles of isolated Pennsylvania mountains. I got bored, and I asked my cousin if he wanted to go for a walk. As we left the property, we had to go down a pretty deep slope that was crowded by rusted-out cars, which had been there for over a decade. We found a clearing with a shack that looked like somebody was in the process of demolishing it, and after looking inside, we went back to the party to grab my younger brother. This was back when I was still pretty invested in the paranormal. So before we walked into the clearing again, I got the camera ready on my phone, just in case. The sun was starting to set, and as we left the tree line, I saw it. Something streaked out in front of me. It was a line of small bluish orbs, and honestly the best way I can describe it is like the fairies in Ocarina of Time, except they moved so much faster. They were only there for a second, fading in and then fading out, almost faster than I could react. I managed to take a picture, but I thought, there's no way I managed to get that. With the sun going down, we had to investigate the shack quickly. I took a few more pictures of the inside and hurried out of there. When we got back, I looked through the photos, and to my absolute shock, I did manage to get whatever the heck that was. The photo came out strange, though. The photo was more like an elongated blob of bright yellow and white, not what I had seen. Surprisingly, nobody seemed to believe me, other than a couple of close friends who were into weird things too. Everybody told me that I was mistaken, and one friend even accused me of fabricating it. The worst one was my dad. This dude will believe any fringe idea or conspiracy theory. For example, he once got a ghost detecting app and was absolutely convinced that his dead cousin was trying to contact him from beyond the grave through a free iPhone app. Of course, he thought I was lying about this, though. I tried to come up with some kind of explanation for what I saw, but I couldn't. I'm not going to say it was a ghost or a spirit, because I would have no way of proving that. Electromagnetic fields can make people see things like that. But that doesn't explain the fact that I had a picture of it, even if it was different. I'm not convinced that it was any weather phenomenon either, since it was a bright, sunny summer day. And fireflies don't look like amorphous blobs of light on camera. Really, all I know is what it wasn't. I guess in true story fashion, those pictures are stuck on a phone and a laptop that no longer work. I am planning on trying to retrieve them at some point. I don't believe the picture had anything to do with the computer or the phone breaking, of course. I've heard people say stuff about ghost pictures causing electronics to stop working. But both of those devices were pretty old, and they didn't stop working until years after I took those pictures. Whether or not you believe me is fine, but I hope you enjoyed the story anyway. Just this weekend, my cousins from the city in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, visited me and my family down here in southern Pennsylvania, near Maryland. We live in the boondocks, and there are many trails for people who enjoy horseback riding and taking rides on ATVs. When my cousins got to my house, we decided to go exploring toward my neighbor's house, who lives in the middle of the woods, isolated in a log cabin. We walked a trail the whole way up there for about a mile, joking along the way. Let me give you a little backstory about the place. Back in the 1800s, there was a bar and a few small cabins for people to stay in. A group of men got drunk one night and attempted to shoot bottles off of each other's heads. People died, and the wives of the men who had died burned down the bar and the cabins, then were later hanged by the bar owners. This happened right below where we were exploring. Legend says that the women and the people who died in the fires still lurk around the forest. Another incident took place in the 80s or 90s. A teen was driving really fast with his friend at that exact same location as where the bar incident took place. The teen crashed into a tree, beheading his friend, but leaving him alive. The teen was tried for manslaughter as he was driving drunk. This place is destined for bad luck. So we're exploring on this trail, approaching the house. As we approached, we heard a very distant whistle, but we thought nothing of it, as it is spring and it was warm on this day, so there were birds around. But when we stopped to take a break, we heard twigs snap. We all froze as a giant branch fell, and then the tree. It was a dead tree that was easy to push down. I looked behind and saw a human figure. As it set in with my brain, I realized that it was a man in ripped, ragged overalls that had no more color, and a worn-out, colorless plaid flannel. He looked no older than 40. He looked at us for a while and then ran at us with a bat-like stick while laughing like a maniac. We ran the other way until we got cut off by an electrical fence. Then we turned the other way. By this time, we were way off trail and in the middle of the woods. But I knew that all I had to do was go down to get back on trail. By the time we got the trail, we lost him. He looked real enough to us. But whether he was a spirit or a real person, we're never going back up there again. My boyfriend and I stayed at the Hotel Pennsylvania this weekend. It's known for being haunted, and it looks like it fits the part. It's old, and the rooms are run down. When we checked in, we got our keys and went to our room on the 12th floor. The keys didn't work, so we went down and got new ones. Those didn't work either. A worker there had to let us in, and he said he didn't know why our keys wouldn't work. because the key thing on the door was working just fine. Anyway, last night I fell asleep at about 1, while my boyfriend stayed up for a little bit. He says that at about 2 o'clock, I sat up, opened my eyes, and looked like I hadn't been sleeping at all. He said all the hair on my body looked like it stood up. And then I said to him, "The door is open," and then fell back down and went to sleep. He said 5 minutes later, the light on the bedside table next to me turned on by itself. He decided to just ignore the situation and go to bed. He got up early at about 6:15 to go to the gym. On his way, he passed a woman in the hallway that he didn't know. He greeted her, and all she said was, "The door is closing now," and continued walking. So, I should start this by saying, I'm a healthy, sane, 18-year-old male. I've never had hallucinations or been seriously sick in my life. I've also never been known to black out or take micro naps. My mother has schizophrenia, but as far as I know, it was pretty mild, and I've never had any symptoms of it. With all of that out of the way, here's what happened. I was hanging out with my significant other before they went to class at college and before I had to go to work. We parted ways and I got on the bus to go home and get ready. I got on the bus with 5 other people and I sat in the back, as I usually do, so all 5 were in front of me. I looked down to check my phone when the bus started to move so I could check the route, because I'm a nervous person and I wanted to make sure that I was on the right route. I was. I looked up after maybe 30 seconds, and I'm absolutely positive that the bus had not stopped to let anyone off. Somehow, though, all 5 of the people that I had gotten on with were just gone. The only people on the bus were me and the driver. It freaked me out a good bit, because the next bus stop was still up ahead, so there's no way the bus had stopped and let people out in the middle of the road. I checked my phone again to get my mind off of it, and then suddenly the bus turned onto a different street, which is weird since the route had no turns. It was a straight line. I'm very much into horror, so my immediate thought was, great, I guess I'm going to hell. I signaled that I wanted to get off though, and the driver let me off without saying anything. I've been thinking about this all day, and I still have no idea what could have happened there. I know it's not as creepy as some stories, but it genuinely freaked me out. I wasn't sure where to tell this story, and I probably sound crazy, but this definitely happened. A while ago, I was on the bus back home with my little girl. We had just had a really fun day out. I felt this strong energy, and I wanted to investigate, but with my awkwardness, I just kept my head down, although I kept thinking, what is it about that group of older women that was in the front? And why does it feel like this energy is coming from that direction? This was not just somebody giving off vibes. The feeling was so intense. I'm usually good at reading people, but this just hit different. It wasn't bad either. It felt warm, inviting, familiar, and so intense that it made the air around me feel tight, but not in a suffocating way, like a hug from your grandma. I decided to properly look, and this woman caught my attention straight away. Not long after, it was her stop, and I never saw her again. A week ago, on the way home again, I feel this energy again. I look up, and lo and behold, it's the same woman. At this point, the energy was so intense that I nearly got teary-eyed. She started to smile at me when I started feeling that way, but not in a creepy way, just kind of happy. She was sat on the folding down chairs at the front and kept looking down the aisle. I knew she was noticing me, but not making direct eye contact. It felt like she knew that I knew. I know this may sound ridiculous, and it was just based off of a feeling, but it's a feeling I haven't been able to shake. I'm still not entirely sure what happened, if anything. But it was interesting, and I wanted to share. For some background, whenever I took the bus for school, I was pretty much alone on bus rides. I was always on one of those small buses. We didn't have any other kids on there, but the highest amount of kids on the bus was probably around 5, including me. I was the only one from my school on that bus. All of the other kids went to the same school, and it wasn't mine. Plus, I've had about 4 different bus drivers in my time. The one I'm going to talk about lost her husband about a year before, and she was out for a long time. She had just gotten back when this took place. This happened about 4 or 5 years ago, and I was still pretty young. For morning rides, we dropped off the other kids, and we were heading to my school. We were the only ones on the road when the bus suddenly stops on the side of the road. I was really confused. I thought maybe the bus had broken down, but being the shy kid that I was, I didn't say anything. I just waited. Then the bus driver opened the door. I started to feel a bit uneasy. We weren't at my school yet, and there was nobody there, so why was she opening it? She stared out the door for like 2 minutes when I finally said, "Are you okay?" I asked. Without looking away from the door, she said in such a low voice that it gave me chills, "There's a man there." There was no man there. No person at all. She kept staring for a couple of seconds when she finally closed the door and continued driving down the road. She wasn't my bus driver after that year, and I do miss her. She was a very sweet lady. But that moment still freaks me out. I sometimes think that maybe the man she saw was her husband. I don't know who else she would open a school bus door to. I don't know why she would stop the bus in the first place, especially for a stranger. Maybe she saw her husband, and it wasn't until after the door was open that she realized he was dead, and that's why she stared. I don't really know what happened that day, but I'll never forget it. I worked the late shift for this company about 6 years ago. I would get off at midnight, and the company bus would take us home. My neighborhood was the farthest, so I would be brought home last. I should also mention that the road that this happened on has had multiple strange incidents, accidents, murders, ghostly sightings, strange creatures, just a whole lot of weird stuff. On the last part of the journey, there were 3 of us left on the bus. After the driver confirmed our addresses, we continued. I was at the front of the bus. A young lady in the middle and a guy at the back were the other 2 passengers. We got to the guy's street, and the driver stopped and waited for him to get off. After getting impatient, the driver asked the lady to go check if he was sleeping. She came running back to the front of the bus, crying and praying. We asked her what was wrong, and she said that there was nobody back there, and she wanted to go home right now. The driver switched on the lights, and floored it. It gets even creepier. After getting off on my street, I began to walk to my house. This was now at about 2 o'clock in the morning. Every dog that I would walk past kept staring at something behind me. When I turned to look, there was nothing. There was no shadow, no sound, nobody. After getting inside my house, I looked out the window for the next 10 minutes. It was just dead silence and dogs staring at nothing. I've never been able to figure out what happened that night, but it was freaky. I'm a bus driver for TransLink, Bus 169. It goes through the Riverview Hospital complex in Coquitlam, BC. It's an abandoned mental asylum and hospital complex, with most of its buildings run down, and just a couple still in operation. It's actually the site of a lot of filming, due to how eerie some of the buildings look. I was on my last shift of the night. Always on edge, of course, because it's super eerie late at night there. Luckily, I had a couple at the back of the bus, so I wasn't exactly alone while driving through this place. As I was driving through, I saw a man sitting at the bus stop. Immediately, I was filled with dread because it was after midnight, and I doubted that somebody would randomly be waiting for a bus at this hour, especially since this complex was closed off to the public at 9 p.m. every day. So I had to do what I had to do, and I pulled over to let the man in. But the strange thing is, when I opened the door, there was no one there on the seat, and I was pretty sure I saw a person. So I just closed the door and gunned it. I was not going outside to check. That would be a rookie mistake. Anyway, I make it the rest of the route okay, and I pull up to the last stop at the bus loop. I disengaged the locking mechanism for the back door for the couple to get out. Then I heard a guy at the back say, "What the?" And I turned around and I saw the back door was open, but the couple was still making their way toward the door. Our buses are equipped with a pressure-sensitive push bar that activates the door to open when pushed against it. I had disengaged the lock to allow the doors to be pushed open. I asked the couple what the problem was, but I already knew what it was before they said it. The door had opened by itself. I don't know if it was just a malfunction or what, and maybe it was a coincidence that it was the same night that I stopped the bus for a man who wasn't there. But maybe we had a ghost passenger that night. I'm not sure what to do about driving that route. I really don't want to anymore. When I was a kid, I was sitting in the back seat of my parents' car, traveling through a built-up area, when my brother, who was sitting next to me, suddenly cried out in fear. My mom was in the front passenger seat and quickly turned around to ask what the matter was. My brother said, "I've just seen a woman standing in a bus shelter, and she didn't have a face." He then went on to explain that where her face should have been, there was just a gaping hole, but it was glowing white. The bus shelter had been on my side of the road, but I had been looking out the front, so I never saw anything. I asked my mom if we could go back and see if the woman was still there, but my brother was genuinely scared and begged us not to. At the time, my mom said that she thought it was just her car's headlights flashing in the woman's face, but the way my brother was so scared definitely made me question that explanation. I'm a middle school teacher and coach in a rural area outside of San Antonio, Texas. As a part of my coaching contract, I have to get my CDL and bus my athletes to and from games. After our last game of the volleyball season, I was driving the bus back to the bus barn. It was around 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night, so it was already super dark, and there weren't many cars out. But I've driven this part a million times, and I was just excited to return the bus and get home to my husband and dogs. The bus I had wasn't anything special. It was just an old sub bus from 2004. There are cameras inside that don't record audio, apparently, and a few switches were broken. But as long as the brakes worked and the bus got as close to 50 miles per hour as it could, it was perfect. I was approaching a bridge when a whispering voice began to speak through the radio. This didn't surprise me much, because there's usually an interference near this bridge due to it being near the train tracks. Plus, lots of cops hide here to catch speeders. I wasn't really familiar with the way these radios worked, but it helped me feel better about it. The closer I got to the bridge, though, the louder the whisper through the radio was. I began to make out words like slow, sit, and no. As soon as I started to go underneath the bridge, I did a mirror check just to make sure I had enough room on the sides. Everything seemed normal, until I looked in the inside mirror that could see all of the seats behind me. Sitting in the very back row on my right was a figure. It was pure black, just a black abyss sitting straight up in the seat as if it was one of my athletes. At first I thought it was a shadow, but as the bus moved, it stayed put, unlike the shadows around it. After about 5 seconds, as I pulled away from the bridge, the figure vanished. The voice on the radio had paused, but then I clearly heard it say in a static, low voice, "Turn around." I snapped my eyes forward, terrified, and pressed the gas a little harder, praying that I could get this old bus to go faster. The bus barn gate was open and about 50 yards away, and I only stopped when I parked the bus. I did a quick sweep of the inside to make sure that nobody had stowed away and that this was some kind of prank, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. I asked the other coaches the next day if they had ever had any weird experiences around the bridge, but they said no. I'm going to ask the coaches at the other schools as well. I did get a chance to tell this story to one of the bus drivers that I get to see most mornings during the AM drop-off. He's an older driver who's been around since 2001. He mentioned that gangs used to race down that stretch of road all the time back in the early 2000s. One day, a race ended in a fiery crash just before the bridge, and a young man lost his life. The bus driver had heard similar stories to mine about the radio near the bridge, but never had anybody said that they had seen an apparition before. I asked if he knew of somebody I could contact to see the footage from the camera on the bus, but he laughed and said that they would probably think I was crazy and drug test me on the spot. This was the scariest experience I've ever had driving a bus. I pass that bridge every day on the way to work, and it just gives me chills. I don't have to drive a bus again for another 3 months, but I'm already dreading it. My cat and I were on the bus, heading up to a takeaway so I could get food for us. The nice lady sells tuna to me for my cat. And I saw multiple figures get onto the bus out of the corner of my eye. My cat even meowed at them. But when I stood up, there was no one around other than the driver. I asked the driver if anybody else had gotten on. And he just kind of shook his head and gave me this worried look. I think he had seen what I had seen, but didn't want to address it. On my walk home that night from the chippy, I saw numerous shadows in the fog, which startled my cat so much that he actually jumped off my shoulder, and I later found him at home. Usually, my cat is really well behaved, so I have no idea, but that night and that night bus were freaky. A few years back, my mom was coming home after spending the afternoon at my aunties, cousins, and their kids' house. When she got home, Mom told my husband and I about the incident she experienced waiting for a bus. We come from a family of healers and sensitives, so I've had paranormal and supernatural experiences all my life, as has the rest of my family. My mom, although slightly skeptical and a bit reluctant to embrace the gifts which our ancestors passed down to us, has had her fair share of unexplained events in her own life. She told us that while she was waiting for the bus, she suddenly saw movement out of the corner of her eye. Across the road, she saw 3 young people. In usual circumstances, this wouldn't be out of the ordinary at all, as the shops are regular meeting places for all the local teenagers. However, there was something slightly odd about these young people. My mom said that they were dressed in the period of the 1970s, when my mom was a young teenager. People were milling about around them, very near them, but nobody was acknowledging them. Their existence was completely overlooked by other people, as if they were invisible. My mom was distracted for a brief moment, and when she looked back again where the mysterious teenagers had been, they were gone. She even watched the only open shop, as she thought maybe they had gone in. She waited until her bus came 20 minutes later, but they didn't come out. There was nowhere else they could have gone in the time that my mom wasn't watching them. Mom said the most unsettling thing about it was how normal these teenagers looked, but the fact that she was the only one that seemed to be able to see them. It's a story she still tells today. I had moved into a new apartment with a roommate who was related to a friend of mine. This apartment was located on the opposite side of town, and I was not familiar with this area when I moved there. A lot of these apartments were literally newly built, but a lot of the lots around the area were still being developed, and it was a very desolate part of town. Most of the area, before construction began, was large amounts of old farm areas that were unkempt and no longer lived on. I am very sensitive to the paranormal, and during this time I was just beginning to understand why there was so much paranormal energy around me. My fear was literally a beacon, as my aunt explained to me. The very first event I experienced after moving into my new apartment happened within a week. At the time, I didn't have my own car, and besides getting rides from friends, I mostly had to take the bus to get to work. The bus stop that I had to walk to was pretty far away from the apartment complex. There was a lot of new construction everywhere on that road in front of the complex, but there was a gas station and a very small shopping plaza that was mostly empty, except for a bank and a small mom-and-pop grocery store. I used to sometimes stop at this grocery store and get some Starbucks iced coffee before walking to the bus stop. One very early morning, I want to say maybe around 5:30 a.m., I was walking to the bus stop. I had my earbuds in and I was just walking along, not really paying attention to my surroundings. Suddenly, I got a very cold chill up and down my spine, and I got the distinct feeling that someone was walking behind me. I turned around, but nobody was there. I got a little nervous and left one of my earbuds out just to keep myself a little more alert. I continued walking and was almost to the shopping plaza when I heard running footsteps behind me. I turned around again, and even though I continued hearing the footsteps and was totally frozen in fear, I didn't see anything. I couldn't move a muscle. And then I heard something rustle in the bushes next to the sidewalk very close to me, and the footsteps stopped. I caught my breath, and for some reason the energy that I felt was not a positive one, so I decided to sprint to the little grocery store in the plaza. I calmed myself down long enough to walk over and buy what I needed. Then I realized I had at least another 7 to 8 minutes to walk to get to the bus stop. As I near the door to leave the store, in the parking lot, I see as clear as day a figure of a man that seemed like he was standing in his own fog. I honestly couldn't tell any of his features, but as soon as he seemed to realize that I saw him, he vanished before my eyes. I looked around to see if maybe anybody else had seen it, but it was 5:50 a.m. at this point, and no one was in the store with me except for the person at the register. I gathered my courage and forced myself to walk to the bus stop. As I'm waiting for the bus to arrive, I again started to feel a shiver, and my heartbeat quickened. I got up from the bench where I was waiting and began to look around, but I couldn't see anything. Then, I swear as I breathe, I heard directly in my ear the voice of a man say, "I'm sorry." As I'm typing this story out, I literally have chills just remembering the sound of his voice. I instantly knew that it was the figure I had seen in the parking lot. I stood there so freaked out, almost in tears, and the bus finally came to get me. After this happened to me, I paid my friend to drive me to work for the next 2 months. A lot of other weird things have happened, but this tops the list. I was in the middle of nowhere, and I heard a knock on my car's mirror. I work as a security guard in various hospitals, and I keep on changing sites during my shift because that's what my job requires me to do. I was going to another site tonight at about 12:30 in the morning when I stopped my car at a signal. The roads were pretty empty, emptier than usual, maybe due to the long weekend here in Canada. It was all dark around and not even a single person or car. Then when I stopped at the signal, my car just turned off automatically. Then I heard some kind of knock, as though somebody was knocking on the back mirror of my car. I looked around from the inside, but I couldn't see anybody. I checked all the mirrors and the doors, and they were all locked, and then I left. There was nobody and nothing around that could have made that noise, and I'm just wondering if anybody can explain this. Back in 2019, my girlfriend and I went on a vacation to an island in Italy. Everything went well, except that the last day it did rain a little bit. It didn't rain a lot though. The streets were dry, but the sky was gray, and we came back to our little house at about 5 p.m. because of the weather. We got bored pretty quickly, and we had to wait at least 3 or 4 hours before going to eat at a restaurant. So I decided to visit the only part of the island I hadn't seen. We got on the motorbike and went to Calafonte, which I found out was totally abandoned due to a collapse that had happened in 2017. The whole neighborhood was as neglected and deserted as the beach and the restaurant were. And I swear we passed through every house, road, or parking lot, and it was just deserted. Nobody lived there, not even a tourist or a car. I think that the collapse of the beach made that spot a little bit less interesting. Anyway, I kept driving in that neighborhood until I ended up at a dead-end street near a football field. But there were 2 kids playing football on the end of the street, and people noticed that every house nearby was shut closed. Not a single sign of a human being for kilometers, so where did these 2 kids come from? We got close, and my girlfriend and I were already a little bit freaked out. But I wanted to talk to them, because if I remember correctly, I was looking for a place that I couldn't find, and I thought perhaps they would know where it was. We approached them. They were no more than 6 or 7 years old, dirty as hell, like just came out of a coal mine dirty. One kid had a white, more like a gray, dirty and torn t-shirt, and the other only had his rag-like pants on. Both of them were without shoes and with their hair completely shaved. The shirtless kid had a circular wound, more like a hole right in the middle of his pectorals. It was red, bloody, and new, like he had just been shot in the middle of the chest. I asked them this thing, and they answered me, but I couldn't understand a thing. It wasn't like the local dialect or any Italian dialect at all. It was completely incomprehensible. They kept talking and pointing at my bike. We couldn't understand a thing, so we just said goodbye and made a U-turn. I could see them staring at us from my mirrors. We were so freaked out. They looked pretty injured, but they were acting super casual. I don't know why, but my girlfriend and I are pretty sure they were some kind of ghost. Like maybe kids that died in the World War or something like that. I don't know if it's a proper paranormal encounter, but it's the only story that I still can't explain. I'm a female, and I was hanging out in the car last night at about 5 in the morning with my best friend who's also female. I will refer to her as Heidi. We wanted to watch the sunrise, but we live in a pretty big city, so we were trying to find a flat, high place where we could see the sky. Basically, I was just driving east until I found an empty parking lot or something that would be suitable. I guess we got distracted with the conversation, because I drove probably a lot farther than I should have. Suddenly, there weren't any buildings or lights around at all, just darkness and a few trees. Up ahead, by a stop sign, there was this squarish gray shape that was lighter than the surrounding area. We both leaned forward and squinted to see what it was. Heidi asked what it was, and I said, "It's where the road goes up or something like that." It was really dark, so I wasn't positive, but I was pretty sure. I think she said something else after that, but I don't really remember what it was because it was just a normal conversation. The road suddenly dipped, and I drove up the slightest incline. I'm almost to the stop sign at the end, and then it hits us at the same time. Something is wrong. This feeling slams into me. The air goes still, the car goes quiet, and without even looking, I know my friend feels it too. I've never felt anything like it. Fear, I guess, but different somehow. My ears and the back of my neck were really hot, like that feeling just before you pass out. Almost like when you've stood too long with your knees locked, but I was wide awake and sitting. My heart was tight in my chest, like someone had their hand wrapped around it, and I felt sick to my stomach. Not like I was going to throw up, just really uneasy. It was like primal fear. I'm not really describing this well enough. It's kind of indescribable, but that's the gist of it. It was like my body knew something that my mind didn't, which is why the only word I really have for it is primal. This all hits me in the few seconds it takes me to get to the stop sign. When I pull up to it, I see that right in front of us is a roadblock with a big yellow sign on it. Dead end. My heart was beating so fast I couldn't even feel it. Neither of us were breathing. I'm not sure if I imagined it or not, but somehow the woods around us got even darker, like unnaturally dark. I got this feeling that just kept telling me I have to get us out of here right now. Turn around, my best friend says quietly. I don't look at her, but her voice is deadly serious. My head runs through this scenario impossibly fast. The road was too tight, so if I tried to turn around the way we'd come, I'd either hit a tree, or I'd have to stop, reverse, stop, put it in drive over and over again. No thanks. I turned left instead, speeding out of there, and as I drove farther away, the horrible feeling gradually lessened, until it was less cold-blooded fear and more deep-seated discomfort. Did you feel that? Heidi said when we finally got to a stoplight and saw a building. We started talking to each other, just basically saying, what was that? And Heidi actually said it first, but apparently in the moment we had thought the exact same thing. I'm about to see something. I remember looking around in the dark when it happened, and I was just sure that I was going to see something. I don't even know what I was expecting, but I was just positive about it. Heidi said she looked away from the windows, but I was driving, and I didn't really get up the urge to look away for some reason. I don't know. I know nothing really happened, but this really spooked me. Heidi said something like maybe it was an animal hiding in the woods, or maybe there was a dead body, or maybe it was just a person who had really bad intentions. I don't know, but no logical human explanation feels sinister enough. I pulled up a satellite view on my phone of where we were, and there's not really much going on in that immediate area. Past the dead-end sign, the woods get thicker, and the road turns into gravel and eventually leads to this non-profit organization, some kind of little church organization. There's a few little buildings built in a circle and what seems to be some mobile homes or RVs or something, and 2 to 3 houses, all in this little clearing in the middle of the woods. There's also a little river past that. Other than that, there's just not really anything around there. Still, I haven't stopped thinking about this since it happened. This is the true story of my childhood through adult years as I recount it. Rattlesnake Road is an original name to a road that has since been changed. I used it to maintain anonymity. I was born on Long Island, New York, and ever since I can remember, I've had really strange experiences. I was never able to sleep at night, and from a young age, I was always terrified of the dark. Yes, every child is afraid of the dark, but I was afraid for a reason that I was unable to explain until later in life. There are a few stories from while I was there, but I want to fast forward to when I was a little bit older, and things began to make sense to me. My family purchased a second home and we moved to Colorado. We lived on a ranch, located at the top of a hill that fed into the Rocky Mountains. There wasn't much around us. A few neighbors, our barn with our animals, and thousands of acres of hilly and mountainous terrain that surrounded our family. There was a long dirt road that led to our property, Rattlesnake Road. It was a perfect shot of the scenery leading up to our small 3-bedroom home. It was quiet, peaceful, but the land was old. I was about 7 years old at the time. This is when I began to understand what I was going through wasn't normal. Our home was small. It was a ranch-style house with a 3-car garage, which took up half of the structure. The other half was built into the hillside, where you entered from the front. You walked into the living room and you could see straight out the back sliding doors into the plains. In front of you was the kitchen, old with brick. Straight down the hallway, my room was on the right, my brother's room followed that, and lastly my parents' room was on the left. The bathrooms connected and were on the right as well, wrapping around to the back of the house. I left the hallway lights on when I slept. I was scared to begin with, but something always felt as though it wasn't just our family there. One night, I was up and I couldn't fall back asleep. My parents and brother were sleeping as well. I could hear them snoring down the hall. My bedroom door was open and I was facing the hallway, when suddenly, the pull string to my closet made a click and the lights popped on. I could see the light making its way through the slatted shades of my closet accordion doors, and my heart began to race. Then, they shut off. The air in the room became cold, tense, almost as though the oxygen was being siphoned out. The silence set in. I couldn't hear the snoring anymore. I couldn't hear anything. I looked toward the hallway, and there was a short, black static mist. It had no facial features, but what I could see would have been a mouth. It seemed as though it was smiling ear to ear, which paralyzed me with an intense feeling of dread. It passed out my doorway and out of sight, not making a sound. Moments later, I heard what sounded like the door to our garage open and close, and the air lifted. All of my surroundings returned to normal. I knew I was awake. I knew what I had seen there. And it visited me, only to get worse as time went on. That image will be burned into my mind for the rest of my life. I have had many paranormal, seemingly extraterrestrial, glitch in the matrix, and skinwalker experiences. I think one too many for one person to have. The one I am going to tell you about freaks me out to this day. There is quite a bit of detail to this story, so I will try to make it as coherent as possible. The time was 2011, my final year of high school. Now, I am a Navajo from a small reservation in New Mexico, and the nearest city is 30 miles west. I attended a public school in that city. Therefore, I had to wake up at 5 a.m. every morning to catch the bus at 6, which picked up more kids along the way, and we would arrive with just enough time to get breakfast before class at 7:25. This particular morning seemed normal. My alarm went off at 5. I showered, fixed my hair, and was ready by 5:40. I would usually give myself 10 to 15 minutes to make some breakfast and pack my lunch. I did just that, and decided to have Pop-Tarts that morning. I checked the time on the stove clock, and it was 5:50. I popped the tarts into the toaster and went to my room to gather my things into my backpack. As I was finished with that, I saw that my alarm clock read 5:55, and I went to grab my Pop-Tarts. The stove clock read 5:56. We had a big clock right by our front door, and it also read 5:56. I checked the time often so that I could perfectly time my walk to the bus so that it showed up just as I arrived at my bus stop. Additionally, it was a winter morning, and it was dark out. The sun didn't start to come up until about 7. and I didn't want to be stuck in the cold dark for too long. Normally, when I stepped outside, there would be cars driving about, neighbors who turned on their vehicles to warm them up from a frigid winter night. But that morning there was nobody, and that was a bit strange to me, but I didn't pay that fact any mind. Now, since it's the reservation, aka the middle of nowhere, where I lived, there wasn't much light either. Few residents had streetlights in the cluster of homes where I lived. Unfortunately, the route that I walked every day had no streetlights, so the only lights I could see in the near pitch black were the ones at my back from our porch light in the north, a neighbor's porch light who lived 3 acres away in the southern direction, and the far-off lights of the city that lit the sky in the east. There were also the lights from the reservation clinic, which was about a mile south as well. I should also let you know that each home in a cluster of homes is set on an acre lot. My bus stop was 2 acres away. I would walk directly south to meet up with the only paved road, the highway, which met the dirt road in the east. From my home to that stop, it only took me a minute or two. When I stepped outside, nothing was astir, which, like I said, was really odd. However, I wasn't out there alone, because although it was almost pitch black, I saw the silhouette of a girl who caught the bus at the same time as I did, and at the same stop. Good, I thought, I'm not out here alone. I followed about 10 feet behind her. When we neared the stop, she veered off to the cattle guard, where she always sat to wait for the bus. I always sat on the porch steps of my uncle's house when the bus hadn't arrived yet, which was only about 5 to 10 yards from the bus stop. When I sat on those steps, I started to notice more and more things that were out of place. One of those was the fact that my uncle, an early riser who was always awake by 5, who always had his lights on by the time I was catching the bus, was not awake. He wasn't out having his morning coffee as usual. No lights, no sounds from inside his house. I thought maybe he's sleeping in today. Then the neighbor whose home was 3 acres away from mine, my uncle's next door neighbor, whose porch light was on, would normally have had their vehicle running, warming up by now, and their lights would be on, showing that somebody was awake and probably getting ready for work. But there were no signs of anybody being awake at all, and the truck wasn't on. Well, maybe they have the day off, I thought, still waiting for the bus. The other girl's silhouette I could see from the city lights that lit the sky to the east, and she was still sitting there and waiting as well. I was a little bit unsettled, but I didn't start to feel really creeped out until I started to hear the howls and yelps from what sounded to be a pack of coyotes that seemed to be only across the main highway. Since I didn't have a cell phone at the time, I had guessed that I was waiting for about 10 minutes. Finally, I thought, okay, this is ridiculous. Where is the bus? It should have been here by now. I was on time, and it was very unlike the bus or the bus driver to pick us up more than 5 minutes late. I decided to wake up my uncle and ask if maybe we had missed the bus, so I knocked on his door for a good 3 minutes, to no avail. Then I just decided to walk over and ask the girl if she wanted to walk back to our homes together, since I was sufficiently weirded out by the events. As I neared her and where she sat, my eyesight adjusted in the darkness, and when I was within arm's reach, I saw that there was nobody there. I thought I was going crazy. My mind raced, and I felt panic and queasy in the pit of my stomach. All the creepy skinwalker and paranormal stories that I had heard over the years began to run amok in my mind. But what remains from those stories was that I was always told to never fear any of it. You should never be afraid of the evil things that lurk in the darkness, because your fear is their fuel. I decided not to panic and run home. Instead, I just walked briskly back home, still able to hear the whoops and calls from the nearby pack of coyotes, and trying to figure out what was going on. When I got inside, I went to my mom's room and asked to use her cell phone. Just as she was about to hand me her cell, she took a second glance at the screen and said, "It's 4 in the morning. What do you need my phone for?" Shock took hold of my body, and all I could do was stand there with my mouth wide open as she trailed her remark with, "Are you awake? Have you been sleepwalking?" I have never sleptwalked in my entire life, and my reply felt forced, like I had to convince her that I was awake. I ran back to the kitchen. The clock read 4 a.m. The clock by the front door read 4 a.m., and the alarm clock in my room read 4 a.m. I don't know anything about any of these types of sleep disorders, but I seriously think that there's no way for me to have gone through with my usual routine the way that I did asleep. Needless to say, I was sufficiently freaked out and crawled back into bed. So freaked out I didn't even take my shoes off. I fell asleep thinking of the whole situation, and ironically, I missed the bus that day. I told my third oldest sister, there are 4 of us and I'm the youngest, about what had happened. She was a little shocked at what she was hearing, and then she began to tell me of a dream she had before my experience. Now, her dreams we have begun to revere as visions of sorts, since she's had many of them end up coming true. Her earliest one, I remember, was when we were in elementary school, and my dad called and said that earlier in the day he was in a small airplane, and that they nearly crashed into the mountains near San Carlos, Arizona. She told us about a dream about being in an airplane in a heavily forested area, that the plane was about to crash but was able to land safely a few days before we got that call from our dad. Since then, she's had others, some she tells us about, others she doesn't. Before I tell you about the dream, I must also tell you about a weird incident that happened to said sister at my eldest sister's house. This particular incident happened the summer preceding the winter. I had a weird experience. My sister, the dream visionary, would stay over at my eldest sister's house to help babysit my nephews. They would stay up very late, and one night or morning, because it was around 2 a.m., they heard a sort of banging in the back of the house. My sister and the nephew went out to check. When they opened the door, they saw 2 horses, one white and one brown, kicking with their hooves and hitting their heads against the big garbage bins, which were knocking into the house. It was as if they were trying to get in, but for what, we had no clue. To add to that weirdness, my sister's house is in a housing development that has 2 entrances, and since it's on the reservation, those entrances have cattle guards. So how could those 2 horses have gotten in? Anyway, they chased the horses out of the yard and they galloped off to who knows where. Anyway, back to her dream. She said that she was asleep at my eldest sister's house and woke up to the same banging noise that those horses had been making that night in the summer. She said she got up and walked to the front window and looked out past the blinds and saw those same horses standing just inches from her on the other side of the window. Then she saw the 2 horses shape-shift into people, an in-law and his son. They had menacing looks on their faces, and she said she felt that they were pure evil. She yelled at them to go away, and as soon as she turned away, she saw me, sleepwalking toward the back door. She went to grab me to put me back in bed, but as she got closer, she saw that the back door was wide open and that the son was beckoning me to follow him, to go outside. As I took a few steps out the door, she pulled me back inside, slammed and locked the door, and laid me back down, and that was where her dream ended. The story, however, gets creepier. After that weird time warp occurrence coupled with my sister's dream, my mom decided to take me to see a medicine man to have a prayer ceremony. He said that it was a skinwalker who was messing with our family. He said that the skinwalker intended to destroy my mom's life, but that she was too strong, and that the harm it wished for her would then fall to her children, the weaker ones. And here I thought I was being pretty strong. Further, he said that the skinwalker impersonated the shadow of the girl who usually rode the bus with me, and was also the one who created the sounds of the coyotes. The skinwalker created an illusion to lure me outside, and that the skinwalker was someone within the family. After the prayer ceremony, he said that I should never repeat anything that he said, or even the events that occurred. I don't think a lot of people heed that, though. I don't know if you would call it a warning or advice from the medicine man, but a lot of Navajos, if you get close enough to them, and they're not super traditional, will tell you all about scary and weird skinwalker stories of their own. They're pretty common, and even the ones that caused them to have to get a prayer or ceremony done, they'll tell those too. And this story is mine. This story was posted to r/paranormal by user AccomplishedWork454. When he and his friends were playing in a forest nearby their home as kids, they encountered something that they're unlikely to forget anytime soon. Here's the story. I'm from Ohio in the United States. When I was in the 4th grade, 10 years old, I'm 19 now, my buddies and I were out in the woods behind my buddy's house. We were always back there growing up. There was a creek that we would hop over, and just on the other side was a farm with some horses. One day, we had just jumped over the creek, but were still in the woods right by it. That's when we heard what sounded like a little girl scream at the top of her lungs. Being young kids, we all just froze, thinking it was odd to hear such a vibrant scream in the middle of the day. About 5 seconds later, right in front of us, a black figure zoomed across some bushes and shrubs at lightning speed. We all looked at each other and bolted out of the woods to my buddy's house. We were all in shock about what we had seen, and to this day we still talk about how creepy it was. It moved so fast that there's no way it could have been human. And where I live, the only wild animals we have are white-tailed deer, coyotes, and foxes. This thing was at least 6 to 7 feet tall and was black enough to look like a shadow or something. It didn't look like it was absorbing any light at all, or that it was absorbing so much that it was the darkest black I've ever seen. I'm curious if anyone else in Ohio, or the United States for that matter, has ever seen anything similar. I live right by the Cuyahoga Valley National Park, so maybe there have been some sightings there. Even though this wasn't in the national park, just a small patch of woods in a pretty suburban area. Our next story was posted to r/paranormal by AccomplishedRow520. She tells the tale of what happened when she met a strange mourner at her great-aunt's funeral. Here's the story. Years ago, when my great-aunt passed, at her funeral there was this old man. He was wearing a suit, and he had a neck tattoo of an octopus. He had long hair and a ponytail. He kind of looked a little bit like Jack Welker from Breaking Bad. He started talking to me about my grandma and told me to take care of her and Grandpa for a few minutes. Then gave me $1 and asked me nicely to go to the vending machine and get him a water, because he came to pay his respects and he had to keep going. He even knew my name, but I had never met him before, and I hadn't given it to him. When I came back to give him the water bottle, I couldn't find him. I looked everywhere, and I even asked my grandparents if they had seen an older man around anywhere, and I described what he looked like. When we got home, my grandparents came over, and they were looking at family photo albums, and they saw the man that I described, the one that asked for a water, in the pictures. They yelled at me to come downstairs, and showed me the picture and pointed to him. They asked if it was the man I had seen, and I said it was. He looked exactly the same. They told me that it was my great-aunt's ex-husband, Robert, who had been dead for 20 years. That's how he knew my name. He had died well before I was born, and like I said, I wasn't that close with my great-aunt, so I hadn't ever really heard about him. Either way, Robert had been dead for over 20 years. I didn't sleep for at least a week, maybe more. God, the faces they made still send shivers down my spine. It was like they were watching somebody get killed in front of them when they heard about what happened to me and realized who it had been. They told me he was a good person, and he and my great-aunt regularly attended church and were just overall good people. I would say that I'm kind of religious, but I don't know. So, more than likely, he wasn't up to anything evil, I guess. I suppose he asked for the water so I would go away and he could disappear. He really loved his wife. I guess when he said he had to move on, it's because he had to take her to the next life or something. They asked me if I spent the dollar, and I said I did. I kind of wonder what would have happened if I had kept it, or what happened to whoever wound up with it. Either way, it was a very unsettling and strange experience, if not kind of sweet. Our next tale comes to us from Reddit user ThrowingAway1999. The author recounts a horrifying experience from a road trip they went on with their mom. Here's what they wrote. I'll do my best to explain what I saw, but it's difficult to paint an exact picture. I was driving across the country with my mom. We had just entered California from Arizona a little before 11 p.m. It was a rural area, and there were other cars around, but I definitely wouldn't call it traffic. I'm driving, and a bit off the road, on the right side, at ground level, I see something glowing. It's a fluorescent, neon, but dark blue, very bright, but it didn't light up anything around it. It was just glowing. It was shaped like some kind of energy cell-looking thing out of a futuristic movie or video game. Probably 5 feet tall and 2 feet wide, with ribbed sides. I then realized that this thing was moving, and moving very weirdly. It was moving like it was glued to the ground and tracing the slightly hilly terrain, like it was on top of some kind of off-roading vehicle that was magnetically held down to the terrain that it was driving on. After a few seconds, it goes up a little, and then it disappears into the ground. Then we see these 2 small spotlights pointing from the air down to where it disappeared. They were moving really quickly, like the ones that you see when there's some kind of event in an arena in your city. But the light didn't reach up super far. These spotlights were encased by some kind of light dome and couldn't shine past it. The light was just stopped in its tracks instead of fading out into the sky. The dome was all lit up. It looked like there was fog inside of it, but not exactly fog. I could still see these 2 spotlights shining around in it. Sporadically, because they were shining brighter than the rest of the dome. Keep in mind that I could not see anything else as it was really dark. I couldn't see the ground or the surroundings. I drove past it, speaking with my mom, trying to figure out what the heck we had just seen. All of it looked so extremely unnatural. Literally 5 seconds of driving later, my mom screams, "What's that?" I never ended up seeing what she was talking about, but she described basically what the internet says are stickmen on the left side of the road. It was the opposite side of the road from where we'd seen the neon light dome thing, and about 5 seconds of doing about 65 miles per hour as far as distance from the dome. She said they were about 12 feet tall, built like stick figures or on stilts, and she couldn't discern a head. I saw another post somewhere that described how they walked in the same way my mom had said, like lolloping, or had kind of a bounce or waddle in their steps. At first, there was only one walking. Then another appeared close to it, and they were going toward each other. I punched the gas and got out of there because screw that. I didn't think quick enough to take a video of the light dome blue thing, but I'm glad I didn't, because for some reason, I feel like we wouldn't have gotten off that easy for having footage like that. I'm not sure why I can't shake the theory that this blue light has to do with the government or something, but I don't know anything. I'll also mention that we saw flashing things in the sky pretty far away, moving too close to each other to be a normal aircraft. I've written that off as Border Patrol drones, but mostly just to put myself at ease. The next story is the account of a Redditor who saw something very strange in a tree on their property. Here's the tale. At the time, my house was situated perpendicular to a wooded area. It was just a normal, lazy summer day. I stepped onto the porch to stretch my legs and get some fresh air. I glanced over toward the tree line and immediately noticed a black silhouette of what appeared to be a man. My eyes are deceiving me, or so I thought. 30 feet in the canopy of an old oak tree, he sat. I was perplexed. At that height, the branches couldn't bear the weight of a squirrel. He was kneeling down, one arm above his head grasping the branch above him, as if to balance himself. Solid black, no defining features whatsoever. It was just a solid black mass, but no doubt it was a man. I was fixated. As I stared at him, I could tell that he was staring right back at me. I could feel it. We stared at each other for what seemed like an eternity. Then, suddenly, he stood up and started running, jumping from tree to tree. Eventually, my house obstructed my view, so I gave chase, but to no avail. As I rounded the corner, he was gone. I ran to the trees, but could see nothing except swaying branches on a calm summer afternoon with no wind. That was roughly 25 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I suppose you don't really forget an experience like that. I had never really given much thought to the paranormal or the otherworldly before that, or after really. It wasn't until about 10 years later, as I was flipping through the channels, that I stumbled across a documentary about shadow people, and I knew immediately that that's what I had witnessed so long ago. When Redditor OG Wiz was 15 years old, they lived in a basement apartment at their parents' house. What happened there stuck with them for the rest of their lives. Here's the story. My parents bought their house in 1996. The family that owned it before us renovated the basement to be an apartment complete with its own kitchen and bathroom. So obviously, at 15, I lived in the basement apartment. I stayed there until 2013. I had this TV stand that I used for storage space. It sat next to the bathroom door. It had a couple of old computers on it, some boxes of random junk, and a ton of DVD cases. They were all empty cases. I had separate storage for the discs themselves, but I had a thing about not letting go of useless items, apparently. In the living room, which I didn't really use much, there were a couple of old couches. The family cat preferred to hang out there on one of the couches. One night, probably around 11 p.m., I went to use the washroom. The cat was on the couch, and no one else was home. I opened the door to leave the bathroom, and suddenly a DVD case shot from the TV stand and hit the wall across the room. At the same moment, the cat jumped up, arched its back, and started hissing. Then the cat ran upstairs. That was the only time that this happened to me in that basement, and it's the only time that I ever saw that cat, who recently died at the age of 22, hiss or arch his back at anything. I've only had a few experiences in my life that I would consider paranormal. I don't really much believe in this stuff, to tell you the truth, but I could not figure out any other explanation for the DVD case flying across the room, or for the cat to act so out of character. I don't know what it was, but I believe that something was there that night. Redditor Throwaway 1964 is a firefighter. What they encountered during one particular call has never left them. This is their story. I'm a firefighter and medic. I went to a house fire with one entrapped on the second floor once. Sounded like a lady screaming. We went up there and couldn't find her anywhere. Visibility in a fire is pretty awful, so finding people inside can be difficult. We spent about 20 minutes looking before command ordered us to abandon the search. It was pretty disheartening because we knew somebody was there, and we knew that we were basically leaving them to die. When we got out, we wanted to know why we were ordered to stop the search. And we were told it was because there was never anybody there in the first place. Everybody was accounted for. I argued that the information they had must have been incorrect, because I heard a lady screaming up there. By this point, the fire had been knocked down, and we went back to ventilate and look for a body, but we never found one. We overhauled for 2 hours, but there was no trace of anyone else in the building, and everyone was still accounted for. I still have no idea what happened. One night, Redditor OnlyFigs278 took their dog for a walk. They spotted something familiar in the woods, and then froze. This is their story. I was walking my dog outside before putting him to bed at around 11 p.m. It's very dark, as there's a lot of wooded areas around my apartment complex. I usually walk him about half a mile or so out from the complex to a stop sign and light post at the end of the street, which borders the woods. Usually there's nothing out of the ordinary, just woods and the normal animals like squirrels and the occasional deer. Sometimes there's that weird heavy feeling, like somebody is watching you intently, but I mostly ignored it, and we cut our walk short and headed home, since a brief scan of the area showed that nothing was there. Tonight, there was that heavy watched feeling again, but when I scanned the woods, there was something there. A dog with glowing yellow eyes. A dog that looked exactly like my dog, down to the heart-shaped white spot on his chest, standing just past the tree line, staring directly at us. It looked like it could have been his identical twin, but there was just something off about it that invoked that feeling of run. My dog definitely saw it too and was whining and staring hard at it. Usually my dog is reactive to other large dogs, but he seemed more scared than anything else, and he wanted to get away too, which is very abnormal behavior for him. After seeing it, I fought that run feeling, and I walked quickly but casually back into the gated area and home, without looking back, but listening very hard for anything coming behind or to the sides of us. Instinctively, it felt like the safest thing to do, but I don't know why. It seemed like it didn't follow, but who knows? I do know that I will be skipping nighttime walks for a while, that's for sure. Any ideas on what that might have been? Google wasn't much help. We live in North Georgia, at the base of the Appalachians, but I didn't grow up here, so I don't really know about the local folklore. Whatever it was definitely creepy. Many people travel to the old Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina, because they've heard that it's haunted. But what happens to somebody who stays there without knowing about its allegedly haunted history? Redditor Daphne is Dumb has an answer. I had a work trip in Charleston, so I booked an Embassy Suites, and the old Citadel seemed like a nice property and a convenient location. My fiancé found out that it used to be a Civil War armory or something like that, and he was loving the history aspect of the hotel too. We had a nice southern dinner in one of the most beautiful cities in the country, in our opinion, and when we went back to the hotel, everything seemed fine. We got ready for bed, watched some Netflix, planned our next day, and turned the lights out to go to bed. My fiancé passed out instantly, and I dozed off, but I felt the weirdest pressure consuming my body, like I had a ton of bricks on me. I've heard of sleep paralysis before, but I've never had it in my life. I opened my eyes, and I saw the darkest-looking figure in the corner of our room. I was completely frozen, and I couldn't speak. I don't know if I was frozen in fear, or if it was something else. I kept staring at the figure to see if it would move, and it looked like after a few minutes, it just faded away into the corner that it had been standing in. I was still frozen, and once I was able to move, I snuggled up with my fiancé and got my phone and looked up the hotel. And that's when I saw that it was named as one of the most haunted hotels in the entire South. After snuggling with my fiancé and mostly being under the covers, I fell asleep. I told my fiancé what happened the next day, and he said that he had had some really dark dreams, which is very strange for him, so something was definitely fishy. We asked the hotel staff at breakfast if the hotel was haunted, and they laughed and said, "I'm not going to touch that topic." We had another 5 days of our stay, and I was so scared to sleep, but it never happened again. Does this seem like a haunting or just sleep paralysis and a weird coincidence that he had scary dreams that same night too? Could it have been anything? I know that city, although beautiful, has a very dark history. I also forgot to mention that this was at like 2 or 3 in the morning, and the room felt very cold. When I was able to get my phone to do some research, the hotel Wi-Fi, which was typically lightning fast, was painfully slow, up to the point where I had to use regular data just to use the internet. And even that was unusually slow for a bit. I remember thinking, somebody doesn't want me to know whatever I'm about to find out. In a harrowing moment, Reddit user Cherry Cranberries encountered a police officer who saved their life. But was it an officer or an angel? You decide. I was telling this story to someone today. I haven't spoken about this story in many years, but I thought I might share it. This happened about 10 years ago. I was barely 20 years old, living in Massachusetts. I was driving to my college at the time. I commuted to school, and this particular day was very snowy, icy, and sleeting. I don't know why school was in session, but in the Northeast, they don't take bad weather very seriously. I think we've all seen the memes of cars with piles of snow on them saying that they're heading to work. That's just New England for you. So anyway, I'm driving to school and I was late. The road which I was driving on was a 2-lane highway that was very steep. Between the 2 lanes were Jersey barriers, and the opposite flow of traffic was on the other side. Like many roads here, there are no shoulders, and there was no turnaround. Once you were on this highway, you had to drive another 5 miles before you could pull off to the closest exit. It was the type of highway where if your car stopped, you were pretty much screwed, because there was nowhere to pull off. Again, no shoulders or grass, just concrete barriers on both sides and a barrier in the middle. It was a dangerous highway that many people had died on. Even a friend of my mom's coworker had died on it. I was driving pretty fast for the type of weather I was in. I was in the far left lane and could see a tractor trailer in the far right, but behind my car. Suddenly, my car fishtailed and I spun out completely. I was suddenly in the far right lane, facing oncoming traffic. The tractor trailer was coming at me. Like, coming at me. There was no time or place to go. I remember this feeling came over me, like my brain didn't register what was happening. And suddenly, out of nowhere, my car was in reverse, and I was in a miracle of a small shoulder, but still facing oncoming traffic. I don't know how it happened, and I remember being in shock. Like, how did that just happen? The tractor trailer blew past me in seconds. I mean, I would have been literal toast if I hadn't gotten to that shoulder. Breathing really heavily, I said to myself, did I really just do that? Within what must have been 10 to 15 seconds, I hear a few knocks on my driver's side window. I open the window, and a young male police officer is now staring right at me. He says, "Hey, I saw your car spin out." I see the lights behind now, and his car parked right behind me, in the same small squeeze of a shoulder that we had, which ended quickly up ahead. Clearly seeing me in what probably looked like total shock, he continued and said, "You were going too fast." I said, "Yeah, I know." And then he says, in this soft but direct tone, "Stop rushing. Why are you rushing? You need to relax, okay? Relax." It was something like that. He then says how he's going to stop the traffic so I can turn my car around the proper direction and get back on the road. It's fuzzy how he did it, but I just remember him stopping the flow. I turned my car around out of the shoulder. Remember that my car was facing the wrong direction, so I wouldn't have been able to do that without his intervention. And slowly I pulled it back in the proper direction that I was supposed to be going in. I continued on and I looked behind me. Normally, you can see a cop pull out after you, see their lights on or the car themselves if they turn it off or whatever. But all I saw were the cars that were waiting for me to drive. It's weird to explain, but this cop disappeared in seconds. I mean, disappeared. And like I said, there was nowhere for him to go. The only turnaround, that small cutout median that cops tend to use to go in different directions, wasn't for another mile ahead, and the first exit off wasn't for another 5 miles. The small little shoulder ended up right where I was, and this cop was nowhere to be seen. It was so weird. I remember looking back several times in my mirror and saying out loud, "Where did he go?" It was so odd that I thought about it all day. I came home and told my parents what had happened. Of course, in shock that my car spun out in the opposite direction and I almost hit a tractor trailer, I told them exactly where this took place, how my car went into reverse. How, I have no recollection, and of the magical cop that showed up in 10 seconds and disappeared just as fast. My own parents thought that it was the strangest thing. I've told this story to a few people I know, and they've also thought it was weird. I think, and my parents agreed, that either that cop was sent by God at the exact moment I needed help, or he wasn't really a cop at all. It's been a decade, and I still think about this encounter. Without that man, I wouldn't have been able to get back onto the highway, unless I had taken a great risk or sat there in confusion and shock with the possibility of someone else hitting me, while snow, ice, and sleet fell on my car. It was a very peculiar and life-saving encounter, and whoever it was, I won't soon forget it. Redditor Arctic Fox of the North came to the Ghost Stories subreddit to tell not one, but 3 ghostly tales. Let's hear what happened. So I've wanted somewhere to share my experiences, and figured here was as good as any. My encounters with ghosts have all been pretty short, so far, so I thought I'd just put them all into one story. To this day, I'm convinced that my workplace is haunted. I had my first encounter while at work one evening. It was a little late, and a coworker and I were staying behind to clean up after the others had left for the day, which is something we regularly do. I was going about my business and cleaning up, but when we were done and heading back to the sluice, my coworker and best friend noticed that I had a pretty large oil stain in the shape of a handprint on my upper back. At first, I was suspicious of my coworker, thinking that she had placed her hand on my back, but we later compared her hand to the one that was on my clothing, and her hand was way too small. Thinking back on it, I had never felt anybody put their hand on my back while I was working. That and the stain was so visible that if somebody had actually put their hand on my back, they would have needed to keep it there for a while, and while I was moving around. I find this pretty freaky. I still have no clue where it came from or how it got there. My second and most recent encounter happened 2 days ago. The weather was pretty bad and the power ended up going out, halting production. The foreman and assistant foreman told us to go wait in the sluice, but it got a bit crowded, so we eventually shuffled into the cafeteria. My best friend and I were made to go clean up like usual, but since it was almost pitch black, we couldn't see anything, and thus we only finished off with all the machines the best we could. When we got back into the sluice, we both saw somebody standing by the racks where we would usually hang our work clothes, but when we got around the corner and out from behind one of the shoe racks, there was nobody there. We looked into the foreman's office that's attached to the stairwell, and looked into the other sluice, which is right beside the one we use, but no one was there. The weirdest part is that we both saw 2 different ghosts. I saw a short and stubby figure, while my best friend saw a tall and lanky one. By far the weirdest experience that I've ever had. But the other one happened a while ago. I was visiting my best friend, and we were watching The Conjuring, as you do. She had turned on some candles for some ambiance. Well, while we were watching the movie, one of the candles she lit almost went out, while the other one was standing perfectly still. What I find scary is that the candle only moved whenever something happened on screen. This candle was on a shelf, mind you. I got so creeped out that I eventually just blew out the candle. Something I should note is that my best friend has an attachment, her words, not mine, and now I'm pretty sure something has latched onto me as well. Her house has this old sword that she says has the souls of all of its victims trapped inside, even the original owner of the sword. She's experienced way more spooky things than I have, so I suppose she has more authority on this particular subject. Nevertheless, it's kind of scary, even though she always assures me that the ghosts at her home aren't harmful, but they do like to mess around. Somehow, that's less than comforting. Reddit user Jerry111165 moved into a house 20 years ago. Little did he know, it had one extra occupant. Here's his story. 20 or so years ago, when our 3 girls were 3 little girls, 2, 4, and 6, we lived in a house in Massachusetts. We shared a driveway into the woods with a neighbor, a good guy. He told us that before we moved in, a little girl that had lived in her wheelchair had somewhat recently died from leukemia. I couldn't even imagine. Those poor parents. We lived there for 7 years. After we had been there a year or two, we started having occurrences late at night, between midnight and 2:30 in the morning. The 2 older girls shared a bedroom and slept in a bunk bed that I had made. My oldest was in the top bunk. My youngest had her own room. So late at night when the house was dead quiet, the girls' toys would start playing by themselves. Some would light up. Some would make whatever noises the kids' toys do. This started happening a lot, and man, it freaked my wife and me out. We'd be sleeping and suddenly the kids' toys would start moving around and playing sounds by themselves. We just knew that it was the little girl who had died from leukemia. She just wanted to play, and she did come back and play. Our house was way off the road, very long, dark driveway. No one came out there, and especially not at night. One night I was home alone, and somebody knocked at the front door. I didn't think anything of it, and I ran to answer the door. When I got to the top of the stairs, just a few feet from the door, I stopped. I just knew that there was nobody there. My hair stood up. It really scared me. The toys playing by themselves went on for several months. One night, we woke up to my oldest daughter shrieking. Her bunk bed was tall, so when she was sleeping on her back, it was kind of close to the ceiling. I mean, kind of. You know what I mean. She was screaming bloody murder. I think she was probably around 6 years old. She had woken up and said that a little girl was floating inches above her head, right up against the ceiling, looking down on her. She just wanted to play. When she was just 11 years old, Reddit user SimpleLeaf96396's dad rebuilt their home. However, brand new as it was, it didn't stop something uninvited from checking out her new bedroom. Here's the story. I grew up as an only child. My parents had my sister when I was 11. Before she was born, my dad rebuilt our bungalow into a huge 2-story house. Hence, no one had died in my new bedroom. I'm in my mid-20s now, but when I was around 7, I started getting a lot of nightmares about the concept of death. I would wake up in the middle of the night crying for weeks on end, and then it would stop for a while before starting up again. By the age of 10, this developed into a feeling of being watched, being unable to sleep, and being convinced that something, not someone, but something, was watching me from a specific corner of my room. My new room, the one that my dad had built. My dad eventually ripped that section of wall out to show me that there was a space there. I don't remember why, but there was a space all the way around the upstairs. He had tried to turn it into a fun den area for me, but I hated it, and I wouldn't go in there. This continued until I was about 12, when I got my first smartphone. The iPhone was my dad's old one, but it worked just fine. That was until it got dark outside, and the phone would start typing random letters when I was texting or typing to someone. This only ever happened in my bedroom. As soon as I would go out of the room, it stopped. I told my dad, and he said that it must be damaged, and he bought me a new one for my 13th birthday. He believes in ghosts, but he couldn't explain what was happening in that room that he had built. The new phone did the same thing. I thought I was going mad. I bought some spell candles from a witchcraft museum when we went on holiday. I was about 14. I used them to politely ask whoever or whatever was there to please leave the house peacefully. This seemed to work, and I was perfectly okay in that room again. I slept fine, my phones were all fine as I upgraded and got new ones, and I moved out when I was 20. I went to visit my parents and stayed the night in my old room. Whatever was there when I was a child is back. That same corner, that same feeling, the same dark energy, the same creature. Except now I have an image of it, burned into my memory, despite never actually seeing it. It's a dark creature. It has some type of human shape, but very muscular, and it crawls around on all fours, legs bent behind it. Almost wolfish, but without a snout. It snarls and glares, dark red eyes with big black pupils, and it has horns as well. Big horns curved back over its head. There's some type of red tinge to it, but I can't identify where it comes from. But there you go. That's my story. Believe me or don't, it doesn't matter to me. But I don't go into that room anymore when I see my parents. Not even in the daytime. For our next tale, Reddit user ThatGothWitch1 recounts the story of a Ouija board session gone wrong. Here's what happened. Roughly 8 years ago, during spooky season, I was staying with my boyfriend's mom and her baby daddy at the baby daddy's house. My boyfriend was away in another town, visiting his grandmother and friends. My boyfriend's mom and his 2 sisters and I were watching a scary movie, when we somehow ended up in a conversation about how the house that we were in had a history of being haunted. 15-year-old me absolutely loved the occult and witchcraft, especially Ouija boards at the time. You see where this is going, right? I proposed the idea of making and using one. Stupid idea, I know. And everybody was all up in arms for a spooky October evening. I don't remember what the session consisted of regarding questions or answers, but there's a very good reason for that. About 15 minutes into our session, we get to talking about our creepy experiences. A woman's blood-curdling scream erupted from the downstairs basement, echoing up the stairs to the living room where we were. The baby daddy was asleep, mind you, and even if he hadn't been, there was no way in heck that he could have produced such a terrifying noise. Not a chance. This scream was not a regular scream. It sounded like a few different things. In one way, it sounded like a woman was being brutally stabbed to death and was in excruciating pain. In another way, it almost sounded otherworldly, straight up demonic. It reminded me of what I would imagine a banshee to sound like if I'd ever heard one. We all panicked. All 4 of us heard it. It sounded so clearly like a physical person, so much so that we were scared that somebody was really down there, so the mom went down to make sure that there wasn't, and there wasn't. We said goodbye and ended the session. To this day, I'm still unsure if it was a lost spirit calling for help, or if it was a dark entity making its presence known. Redditor Daydreaming14 saw her grandma at the mall. It was her grandma, right? Here's the story. When I was 5 years old, I went to the mall with my mom and my sister. When we were walking down some hallway, I noticed a lady in a blue dress with colorful flowers standing next to some mannequins. I said to myself, "Hey, that's Grandma." And I went over to her and we started having a conversation. Obviously, my mom notices that I've run off and goes after me. When she's near me, she says, "Who are you talking to?" To which I reply, "I'm talking to Grandma, of course." Then she replies, "Really? So what's Grandma wearing?" And I said, "A blue dress with colorful flowers." As soon as I said that, my mom grabbed my hand and pulled me away. The thing is, there was no lady with a blue dress and flowers standing there. The thing is that I kept seeing this lady in multiple places with the same dress. 2 years later, I was looking at some family pictures, and I came across a picture of my grandmother on my father's side. I told my mom, "Hey, this is the lady in the blue dress I keep seeing." My mom explained to me that the lady was my grandmother, yes, but she had passed away a year before I was born, and she had been buried in a blue dress with colorful flowers because it was her favorite dress. So, yeah, that's how I met my grandmother, and my mom believes that her spirit is with me because she says that I have the same heart that she had. I care for others, and I love cooking. And my mom says that I get my cooking skills from my grandma. It's been a while since I've physically seen her, but I know she's still there, looking after me in her favorite dress. For our next story, Redditor The Odd News shares a fascinating tale about a coal mine and the ghost he encountered within it. Here's the story. I was born in 1968. I am the son of a miner, a father, and a miner myself. I'm the father of 2 children. The incident happened to me in the mine where I worked a year or 2 before I retired. Everything started after an accident in the mine. That day, I went to the workplace as usual. In the morning, after having breakfast in the canteen, I got into the cage to go 260 meters underground. When I say cage, I mean an elevator. We mine workers preferred to call it a cage instead of an elevator because it was a simple device that worked with a large crane rather than a true elevator. Anyway, I went down to the mine. After working until the end of the shift, I started walking toward the bottom of the shaft. We call the place where we get into the cage the bottom of the shaft. As I was walking slowly, an engine passed by me quickly. What we called an engine can be considered to be a small train. It was a relatively simple device compared to the train, pulling only wagons weighing up to 1 ton at most. There were workers on the engine. Normally, they are forbidden to do this, but sometimes when the workers are very tired after work, they ride on the engine to avoid walking. I continued to walk slowly as the engine sped past me. Then, there was shouting coming from up ahead. Someone seemed to be moaning in a wheezing voice. I moved toward the direction of the sound in order to understand exactly what was happening. I started to look around carefully. When I approached the place where the sound was coming from, I saw that somebody was lying in the water channel on the side of the air door. Blood was flowing from the person, like from a faucet. At that moment, I went into like a short-term shock. In that chaos, we immediately carried the injured person to the lift entrance, that bottom of the shaft, and sent him to the hospital. I still couldn't get over the shock of that image. That day, the person that was injured in that accident died. This incident affected me deeply. My psychology was turned upside down. According to what I learned later, the accident happened as follows. While the workers were traveling with the engine, the air door did not open. Since the engine was also fast, the engine hit the door with great violence. The worker who was caught between the engine and the door was crushed badly during the impact. In the days following this incident, when I passed through that gate, it always seemed to me as if somebody was still lying in that water channel. I couldn't pass through there by myself. Since the hearth was not sufficiently lit, it was always very dark inside there. It was only illuminated by fluorescent lamps, which were very sparsely placed in certain parts of the hearth. Because of the effect of this incident, I was completely disenchanted with work. I didn't feel like going to work at all, but I had to. Anyway, one day when I was at work again, I was the last one left at the end of the work in the area of the mine where we were all working in. When I looked around, everybody had left. I sat down somewhere. Such a weight fell on me that it seemed like a lifetime to go from there to the lift area. I said to myself, I'll just rest a little where I'm sitting and then I'll go. My eyes closed for a while. I was between sleep and wakefulness. I saw a man approaching me from up ahead, holding a lamp in his hand. There's no work left at the stove at this hour. I guess he stayed later, like me, I said to myself. That light that was approaching suddenly disappeared. Oh my gosh, where did this man go? I thought. Then I just thought, let me sit for 1 or 2 more minutes. Maybe the man who just disappeared will come back and we can go to the lift together. Then my eyes closed again. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly I woke up with a very severe slap. But what a slap! I thought my neck was broken. I immediately recovered and looked around me. There was no one. It was impossible for somebody to hit me and run away and me not see them. For this reason, I started running toward the lift in fear and panic. That day, I didn't tell anybody about what happened. 1 or 2 weeks later, I was the last one again. This time, I hurried up and went straight to the lift entrance. As I sat down and waited for the lift to arrive, I noticed that something jet black was coming toward me. It had a hand lamp and a hard hat, but neither of them was lit. It was slowly approaching me. I called out, "Master, what's wrong? Did the lamp malfunction?" He didn't answer. Instead, it just kept coming toward me slowly. I felt such a strong sense of fear, and I didn't know why. I wanted to get up and leave. I even wanted to run away, but I was paralyzed. I couldn't move. Although he was very close to me, I couldn't see his face or body clearly. It was as if the man coming toward me was not a tangible substance, but a shadow, a silhouette. "Don't ever sleep on the hearth again," he said to me. I could feel the man's speech, not in my ears, but in my brain. He spoke to me almost telepathically. And then he disappeared. I had heard of such events from a few other people before, but I never believed it. At that moment, all those stories that I had heard went through my mind. I read all the prayers I knew. That black silhouette had not harmed me, but living that moment had further disrupted my already broken psychology. I couldn't get up from where I was sitting for another 1 to 2 minutes. After a while, I pulled myself together and walked away from there. When I told my friends what had happened to me, they didn't believe me. When I told what had happened to me to the imam of the village where I lived, the imam did believe me and said the following: "They are the owners of the mines. As you know, according to Islamic belief, the souls of martyrs can choose to stay in this world instead of going to the hereafter if they wish. According to a saying of the Islamic prophet Muhammad, those who die under the rubble are considered martyrs, just like those who die in war. That's why we call people who died in the mines mine martyrs. Most probably, that thing you saw in the mine was the spirit of a mine martyr, and it warned you. He wanted to protect you. After my visit to the imam, and after that day, I never slept in the mine again. In this story, a Redditor going by the handle Jupsy Danger tells the short but terrifying tale of something that definitely wasn't Nana. Here's the story. So this past Thanksgiving was hard for my family. It was the first Thanksgiving without my biological grandmother, who I call Nana. Her life partner, who is my other grandmother, we call Nain. So on Thanksgiving, Nain and I and my half-brother were sitting in the living room just reminiscing on the past Thanksgivings that we had spent with Nana. That was when we heard something fall in the master bedroom. Nain had closed the door to keep the dogs out of there, so nobody and nothing was in there. We brushed it off and decided to put on a movie. We were watching it when we heard voices coming from the room. We paused the movie to listen, but we couldn't quite make out what they were saying. We assumed it was just the neighbors and weird acoustics, and we were about to continue the movie when we heard a voice call out for Nain in my Nana's voice. Only it wasn't her. We all knew it. Again, she called out, this time for me. This time, the tone in her voice was urgent, like she was hurting. "Help me," we heard her cry. My older brother, who's never really encountered for nor cared for the supernatural, was shaking. He started to get up, when suddenly, Nain shouted, something that she's never done. "Don't open that door," she shouted. Again, we heard my Nana crying while pounding at the door. It was nearing midnight. When it was 11:52, all went quiet, and that was the time that she had died at the previous year. To this day, we haven't spoken of what happened. Nain made me sage the entire house the next day, and nothing's really happened since. But I doubt any of us will forget that Thanksgiving anytime soon. After the death of their grandfather, Redditor Omastorm had an encounter that startled and comforted them. This is the story. A few years ago, my grandpa had passed away. He wasn't a very big believer in ghosts or anything regarding the paranormal, until he was in his older years. Well, I ended up inheriting his '86 T-Bird. Lots of history with that car between myself and my grandpa. Anyway, a few months after he passed away, I'm driving the car to work, listening to music, and just processing the fact that he was truly gone. The car is all I have left, or so I thought. I drive toward one of my work sites, and out of nowhere, I get a blast of the cologne he always wore. It was his favorite cologne to use whenever he was going out anywhere. I pull up to my work site and park the car. I can smell the cologne so strongly in the passenger seat, and I'm just staring at it like, there's no cologne in here, but why does it smell like Grandpa's? It took me a solid 2 minutes to figure out that his spirit was in the car with me. His spirit had taken a ride with me to work that day. The cologne scent didn't dissipate one bit. It was honestly reassuring to me that he was still there, in a way. So yeah, interesting and odd encounter for me, because of the fact that when he was alive, he wasn't really a strong believer in the afterlife. Well, I guess he proved himself wrong, because he still hangs around me whenever something's wrong. For this next story, Reddit user PrestigiousNeck873 recounts their mom's tale about a rather heartwarming paranormal encounter. Here's her story. My grandma unfortunately passed away around 5 years ago. She was living here with my grandpa, and they were both on my mom's side. Unfortunately, again, yesterday, my grandfather passed. What makes this a ghost story, though, is what happened twice the night before their passing. The night after my grandma passed, my mom had a very vivid dream that she told us about. The dream started with my grandma coming out of her room. My mom was in tears, asking her, "Mom, are you okay?" And Grandma reassured her multiple times, don't worry, I'm fine." My mom looks down and notices that my grandma's oxygen tank wasn't plugged in. She wasn't connected to it. My mom had said, "Mom, your oxygen." My grandma just looked at her endearingly and said, "Oh, I don't need that thing anymore." And then my mom woke up. Fast forwarding to more recently, my grandpa has been very sick. He gave up on his health and took very poor care of himself and wouldn't accept any help. He often said that he wanted to die. My mom tried so hard to get him to change his life and go to a hospital, but he wouldn't go or take any medicine. One day, we heard nothing coming from his room. We could usually hear a TV on, him coughing once in a while, but there was just nothing. At that point, he was gone, but we didn't know that yet. That night, she had another dream, but this time with my grandpa. He walked out of his room and made his way to the restroom, and Mom asked, "Oh my gosh, are you okay? We hadn't heard from you." He smiled and looked at her and said, "Yes, don't worry, we're okay now." My mom described him clearly smiling with tears in his eyes. She woke up the next day, ran into the room, and found him passed away. What makes it crazier is that both dreams happened the night of the day that they passed away, even though my mom hadn't known yet that they were gone. May they rest in peace. In our next story, Redditor Starry Alpha 2099 tells the story of the children they saw in the woods. At least, that's what they appeared to be. Here's the tale. When I was around 12 years old, I was at my cousin's house for a party. I'm pretty sure that it was around Christmas time. We were hanging out in their backyard and woods. Part of their backyard is a wooded area. And we came to this tree that used to have a treehouse in it. All that's left of that treehouse is some steps leading to it, and a few platforms. It's not safe to get up on there, even if you can. My cousin, who was an 8-year-old boy at the time, told us this story about how the kids who had that treehouse had died when it collapsed. I personally thought it was a bunch of BS, but I just went along with it. We eventually headed back to the house, but I decided to go back into the woods alone. As I was walking into the woods, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me, like I was safe there, safer than anywhere else. As I'm walking, I'm looking around and I see a light blue and white checkered flag. It was up in a super thin tree that I hadn't noticed before. As I'm looking at this and trying to figure out how it got there, I started to hear kids' voices, laughing, talking, just having fun. I didn't think too much of it at the time, as my cousins were out in the treehouse, a new one that they had built, not the run-down one. As I'm walking closer to the old treehouse, the voices seem louder, and I look back up at the flag. It was billowing, despite there not being any wind. I shook it off as I couldn't feel wind from down there, but figured that maybe up where they were there was a little. And that's when I saw them. 6 children with white skin. Like snow-white skin. Almost glowing. They all seemed to be wearing winter gear, though dull and dirty looking. They were walking toward me, but I didn't run. I wasn't afraid for some reason. I heard a branch snap, and that's when I ran. As I went back toward my cousin's house, I was surprised to see that they weren't outside. I found them in the living room playing video games. When I asked them when they came in, they said, "When you were walking in the woods. Why?" The kids I had heard weren't them. I still don't know to this day who those kids were. They weren't other neighbor kids. None of them lived close to my cousins. Were they just a figment of my imagination? Whoever it is, whatever they were, that incident is one of the reasons that I believe. This story is a fascinating tale from Artistic Rip 8184 about a very peculiar patron that entered their restaurant. Here's their story. So this happened a while back, and it still creeps me out. I'm hoping that this counts as a paranormal experience because it was the most realistic one I've ever had. I've heard that the dead can visit us in human form, but I've always wondered if that's true. I was waiting tables at the restaurant I worked at one afternoon and stopped by to greet a table that had an older woman and a man sitting together. When I spoke to them, the man was looking down, so I didn't notice him right away. The woman ordered her beverage, and I asked the man what he would like to drink. He looked up at me and said, "I'll take a Diet Pepsi." All I could do was stare. My dad passed away 26 years prior when I was a kid, but I swear on my life that the man sitting in front of me was the living, breathing version of him. Same face, same height and build, same voice, even the same gold tooth. I don't have a lot of good memories of my dad because he was super abusive to me and my mom, so I had a whole lot of emotions hit me all at once. When I could finally speak, I managed to stammer out, "Oh, okay, I'll be right back." I took their order and checked on them a couple of times. When they paid, the man smiled at me with this twinkle in his eye that made me feel like it was my dad. He thanked me, but when he did, he didn't say the name listed on the receipt or on my name tag, my given name. Instead, he used my nickname, the name that only family uses, but I had never told either of them that name at all. This story comes to us from Redditor BowlerBeautiful5804. In it, the author recounts living in an over 100-year-old house built on top of a cemetery. Here's the story. When I was in university, I lived in an older house that was built beside a church. The house was over 100 years old, but I'm unsure of its actual age. I lived in the basement and had a few housemates. We didn't know at the time that it was built on a cemetery. That was discovered shortly after I moved out. Weird things would happen in the house, but I'm still not sure if it was haunted or just purely coincidental. I would hear footsteps above my room late at night, and when I would ask the next day who was in the kitchen at 2 a.m., my housemates would say that they never came downstairs at all. My one housemate had a cat, And one day we were in the kitchen. The back door opened by itself and the cat walked in. I did see what I believe was a shadow figure in that house. I had a bookshelf beside my bed and had a Buddha statue on one of the top shelves. In the middle of the night, there was a huge bang, and when I woke up, I saw a black figure jump from the bookshelf to the floor and run out of the room. The shelf with the Buddha figure had fallen off the bookshelf, and the Buddha had smashed to pieces on the floor. I thought at first maybe it was my housemate's cat, that had somehow knocked it off the shelf. But the next morning, when I told my housemate what had happened, he said the cat had been locked in their room with them all night. Shortly after that, I moved out. The house was owned by the church, and there was a parking lot in the backyard. The church was adding an addition, and had started construction, and had started digging up the parking lot behind the house. During the construction, human remains were found, which obviously halted the construction until it was determined why the remains were there. It was found that before the house existed, a small cemetery had been on that land. At least 30 skeletons were found, and nobody was sure if they were ever able to determine the identities or why they were buried there. For some reason, when the house was built, it was decided to build on top of the cemetery, and the records of the cemetery's existence was either lost or forgotten over time. I'm not sure if the other housemates had experiences there. It was a creepy house, and I remember them mentioning hearing things at night and not liking to stay there alone. Like I said, I don't know if it was haunted or what, but weird things definitely happened there. Our next story was posted to Reddit by a now-deleted user who tells about living in the most haunted town in Australia. Here's the fascinating story. So for context, the town I used to live in has frequently been referred to as the most haunted town in Australia, and I used to work in a bar on the town's main street, with parts of the building being over 100 years old. This bar, according to the stories, had 3 ghosts that lived in it, mostly in the old upstairs area, which was no longer used as a public space and was just storage. None of these ghosts were at all malicious, but staff staying back late to close, such as myself, would frequently have sightings and encounters. That being said, the only time I was ever remotely unsettled by an encounter was with that of a young boy who, according to the stories, had died in a fire. In this upstairs storage area was an old photograph of this boy, and to put it simply, he moves in the photo. Now, he never moves while someone is watching, but you would look at the photo, look away for a second, and when you looked back, the boy would be in a completely different position. I saw this happen on several occasions, and the only reason I know that it wasn't just a trick or me going crazy is due to several of the bar's staff members having confirmed seeing the same thing. I don't think it's anything bad, just a little boy playing around, but it really used to weird me out. And honestly, it still kind of does. This story was posted to Reddit by user Werner Klimt, who tells about a theater with a ghostly reputation. Here's the tale. About 30 years ago, I spent several years working in movie theaters in Worcester, Massachusetts. My favorite was the huge old building that had been chopped up into 4 separate cinemas. It had been a beautiful theater back when it was built in 1926 as the Pole Palace. Though it had been semi-destroyed during modernization in the late 50s, there were still many original features of the building that remained. As a manager, I had been issued a big keychain that gave me access to the entirety of the building, and I spent countless hours exploring nearly every part of that building. Except the curtain loft, which would have required climbing an iron ladder up about 80 feet. No thank you. The building had attics and basements and crawl spaces. There was an area in the front of the building on the second floor that had 2 or 3 abandoned businesses that had been walled off. There was a music store and a ballet studio and maybe an office. There was also a bathroom. Everything looked like it was from the 1940s or 50s. Faded wallpaper with ballerina motif, a peeling mirror on the wall. In another section of the building was the old manager's office, with high ceilings and crown molding and a beautiful stained glass window that I believe dated back to 1912 and had previously been part of an adjacent theater. There was still an old safe in the office. I found a newspaper article in the public library from 1942 or 44 that detailed an armed robbery when 2 men had tied up the managers in the office and robbed the safe. One of those men was later executed in the electric chair for an unrelated crime. We used the old manager's office to store giant 30-gallon bags of popcorn. There was also a sort of crawl space under the box office that was accessible by lifting a hinged plywood panel and climbing over a 4-foot wall. On the other side were the remains of a couple of basement rooms with broken concrete and bricks strewn about. In one of those rooms, I found an old flared Coca-Cola glass in perfect condition. I kept it for years. I also found a deck of cards in a handmade leather pouch with a snap closure, fashioned out of a buffalo nickel. There were also old dressing rooms with makeup mirrors and light bulbs. The paint was peeling off the walls in potato chip-sized flakes. As you can surmise, the building was purported to be haunted. The head manager claimed to have had ghostly experiences, so I'll start there, I guess. When the building was remodeled in the late 1950s, the men's room in the basement was converted into the manager's office. One night, while closing up, the manager, my boss, made his way up to the stairs to the main lobby. As he emerged, something caught his eye. Way up by the ornate 30-foot ceiling, he saw an apparition floating there. It disappeared into the ceiling. Terrified, he ran back down the stairs and hid in the office until daylight. Another time, he was again working late. There were several arcade machines in an area of the lobby, and they were normally powered off when the last shows were in. As he climbed the stairs, he heard all of the machines making their electronic bleeps and bloops. He was annoyed that the usher had clearly failed to turn off the machines before punching out, and realized that he would have to go do it himself. As soon as he opened the door, though, the noises stopped dead. Looking across the lobby from where he emerged, the machines were all dark. They were indeed powered off. A projectionist claimed that he looked out of the booth window one night in the big theater upstairs while shutting things down, and saw a face looking in at him. I take those stories with a grain of salt. I was always skeptical of those based on the sources, but here's my experience. I was obsessed with the history of the building and would research newspaper archives for articles about it. There were rumors that a stagehand had died there in an accident during the time that it had been a vaudeville theater. I was never able to confirm that. I had talked about the building to my mother, and she, in turn, happened to discuss it with a woman that she worked with. The woman claimed to be a psychic or clairvoyant, or maybe just that she would get feelings about things. She told my mother that she had been to that theater, and that she felt that somebody had indeed been killed there, and that his name began with the letter M. My reaction was, okay, sure, she sounds nutty. Sometime later, I was the sole manager on duty on a slow night midweek. I was alone in the office in the basement. The 7 o'clock shows were in, and I was doing paperwork. The intercom buzzed. It was the box office cashier calling to tell me that I had a phone call. I asked who it was, and she said that she didn't know. I hung up the intercom and pushed the button for the main incoming line where the call was holding. The earpiece erupted with loud, close squealing and static. I used the word close because it was so loud and distinct that I assumed that it was something wrong with the phone PBX in our building rather than the line itself or the caller's phone. It was just the impression I had. Hello? Nothing. Just more squealing and static. Hello? I repeated. Hello? A man's voice. Calm, flat, distinct. Then nothing further. Who is this? I was a bit perplexed. All of the noise on the line and the caller seemingly reluctant to speak. This is Mike. Calm, quiet, not shouting over the noise of the line like he couldn't even hear it. Quite audible and clear, then nothing but the awful squealing and static. I waited a few seconds for the caller to continue. After all, he called me. Presumably there was a reason. But nothing. Mike who? I said, feeling a little bit impatient. Mike is a common name, and there were 2 Mikes employed there at the time. One of them had a fairly high-pitched voice that sounded nothing like the caller. It didn't sound like the other Mike either. The line abruptly went dead. Silent. The squealing and hissing stopped. I waited. Nobody called back. I called Sandy, the box office cashier, and asked her if they had asked for me personally or just to speak to the manager. She said that the caller had asked for me by name. And suddenly, I remembered my mother's friend. A man's name beginning with the letter M. Mike. It never happened again, and the phone never made those noises again. No one ever confessed to some kind of a prank. And I never figured out who it was. This story was posted to Reddit by user Evening Honeydew 1374, who tells a unique story about walking red shorts. It's creepier than it sounds. Here's the story. I've never considered my childhood home haunted, but I still can't make logical sense of this happening. My friend is the one who actually witnessed the unexplainable in my home. I had a friend over one day. We had just gotten back from an outing, and we both needed to use the restroom. My house has 2 restrooms in it, so we both took one and did our business. These bathrooms are located within close proximity of each other. As I was finishing up my business, I hear my friend calling my name. I yell back saying, "What?" but she just continues to call for me. I can hear her voice fading, as she is moving in the direction opposite of where the restroom that I was in was located. I finished up as quickly as I could to see what she wanted. When I find her, she tells me that she was leaving the restroom when she saw somebody at the end of the hall. She assumed it was me, as I was the only other one in the house other than her at the time. The only weird thing is that who she thought was me was wearing red shorts. I didn't own red shorts. She followed this figure to my brother's room, and when she looked into his room, nobody was there. But the red shorts the figure was wearing were laying on the floor of his room. When she told me this, we got the heck out of Dodge. Ever since that experience, I haven't experienced anything in my home. My friend is a mortician and deals with death on an almost daily basis. She has several unexplained stories ever since starting this job. It makes me wonder if her work with the dead may be related to this experience, as she is the only one who ever witnesses anything, and nothing strange has ever happened since. Redditor Psychological Ant 8611 posted a story that happened to him on a hiking expedition. Here it is. As a young man, I loved to climb mountains. This is an amazing encounter that occurred to me on one climbing expedition. We had left a hut late one night. The intention was to summit a mountain in a single long push by climbing right through the night. It was bad weather in the middle of winter, and there was deep snow. We were trying to find our way through a maze of crevasses on a glacier. I remember the howling winds and clouds moving rapidly through the sky as the bulk of the mountain loomed over us. There was a full moon, which would hide behind the clouds before emerging again. I remember seeing a man moving up the slope from below us. The first thing that struck me was that he didn't have a headlamp on. I yelled over the wind at my climbing partner, "Let's go talk to this guy." "What guy?" he shouted back. "That guy," I said, pointing down at the figure moving toward us. There was a pause. "What guy?" At this point, I remember losing it. "That freaking guy right there. He's right there." And at that point, I looked back down to see absolutely nothing. Thinking he had fallen into a crevasse, we walked down, but we never found any tracks. There was no trace of anyone. In the years since, I have heard reports of similar encounters in that area. In fact, recently, the bones of a deceased climber from the 1970s were discovered, melted out of the ice. The news report reminded me of my mysterious climber from that night, and it just makes me wonder. Our next story is about a woman who experienced a wild glitch in the Matrix, and she wasn't the only witness. Here's her story. If you don't believe in magic or the supernatural, just go to Africa. The stuff you see there is going to change the whole trajectory of your life and everything you thought you knew. I was born and raised in Australia, but when I was 15, I moved to Kenya for 4 years with my siblings. I just recently came back. I'm 19 now. I have a lot of glitch in the Matrix stories in Kenya, but this one is the most interesting to me. My older brother and sister and I decided to go to the grocery store after school because my grandma, who we were staying with, wanted eggs. We found this outside marketplace type thing where all the food is on tables on the side of the street. We were picking some eggs until everyone near me started screaming. I got scared, and I looked where everyone else was looking. They were looking and screaming at an old lady. She was just standing still. She looked so normal. Nothing was creepy or scary about her. There were a lot of Muslims in the area of Kenya that I lived in, and they were all shouting Islamic phrases at her, some reading the Quran. It was such a scene. Then, as I was watching her, she disappeared. I can swear on all the heavens and gods above that I am not lying. This woman disappeared on the spot. Just gone. The moment she vanished, everyone started screaming even more. My brother tells me this is all very normal in Kenya, and people believe that women like her are demons, and that's why they were yelling at her to leave. I don't care what it was, but she vanished on the spot. No walking away, nothing to block my view of her, just vanished. My brother and sister saw, the cashier lady at the food place saw, a lot of people saw this. We ran home and told my grandma, and she goes, "Oh yeah, that's normal here." "What?" I said. She said that it was people who use black magic to get around, and to never interfere with them. I'll never forget what that woman looked like, or how my body reacted when I saw her vanish. But along with my other experiences, I know for a fact that the supernatural, magic, and other things exist in our world. Reddit user Between the Cold Wires posted a story about something they witnessed. Blink and you'll miss it. This is the story. My apartment overlooks a big freeway. Through my bathroom and kitchen windows, you can see everything on the freeway. I can't tell you how many times I've seen horrific wrecks that have shook my place. When I want to use the restroom, my toilet is right there by the window, so you always see what's going on. I came across 5 cop cars, 1 wrecker, fire trucks, and 2 cars. The first car was white, and then about 8 feet behind it was another car. The wrecker was in front of everything, and it hadn't even dropped the bed or anything. Normally, I just glance over and feel kind of bad about what I'm seeing and move on. But this time it was different, because it looked like there were a bunch of rescue people on the car, in the back, and there was stuff being pulled out all over the ground. But the cars didn't look wrecked, and normally there aren't that many cop cars unless it's a crime. I can't see that well, because I need my glass to see the small details, and I was curious what they were doing in that car and what was on the ground. Was it a shooting or something? Another weird thing is that I didn't hear any wreck like I normally do. I didn't hear anything at all. I only noticed that all this commotion was happening when I looked out the window. So I thought, I'm gonna run out to my car and get my glasses, because I use them for driving. As I went down, I also passed my kitchen window, and I saw all the red lights flashing. Just a few seconds to go down the stairs, and a few more seconds to my car, got my glasses, came back up, and in a matter of 2 minutes, everything out that window was gone. There was no evidence of anything, not even debris on the ground. There's no way that one wrecker, that didn't even have its bed down to move the 2 cars, was gone that fast. There was no way that all of that stuff was pulled out of the car and somehow put back in completely in 2 minutes. What the heck just happened? The feeling you get when something like this happens to you is a split second of, did I just lose time? I know I'm not crazy. Did any of this even happen? About 20 years later, I had another experience living by the freeway, with some wrecks, but nothing like this. Still crazy though. What happened was, I heard a wreck, called it in, and they came out. The person was deceased. I watched them clean it all up and then went to bed. 30 minutes later, I heard a wreck, jumped up, looked out my window, and it looked like the exact same wreck. I called that one in too, just in case. I even told them that there was a prior wreck, the exact same way on this location, and I started questioning 911, asking if they had properly cleaned up the area. As I watched the second wreck, it was pretty much identical. The person was deceased in the exact same way. In the morning, I checked out the news, and what happened was that both cars went the wrong way up the ramp at the same location, hours apart, and both were decapitated in the same spot. The ramp appears to have no problems or indications that would have directed people onto it instead of off. I knew then that something really weird had happened that was unexplainable. What's even more messed up? I just checked our city's active incident reports, and it's not on there. I would say to look between 11 and 12 p.m., so I did. I looked at the time and date, and it wasn't on there. There's one freeway report, but it's not even in the area that this happened. So it's like both of these things just don't exist. Redditor Rez on the Radio tells a story about waking up to an alarming situation. Here's the story. So, I have a simple story for you. I always go to sleep with my bedroom door unlocked and the key for the door to one side on a shelf. Every time I've ever fallen asleep around people, they've said that I'm most quiet, that I'm almost a dead-looking sleeper because I move so little. To my knowledge, I have never sleepwalked. One day, I remember going to sleep as usual, door unlocked, key on the shelf. I woke up to my mom banging on my bedroom door, confused as to why it was locked. I found the key on the shelf and unlocked the door. I tried to explain that I hadn't locked it, and I was just as confused as she was. It was very disorienting, and I think I probably looked like I was going crazy. It's something that I've wondered about a lot in my life. I don't think I'll ever get an answer as to how I woke up with my door locked from the inside when I was the only one in there. When Reddit user Barkella went to the theater, they got an unexpected show. Here's what they experienced. To preface this story, I've never believed in ghosts or anything paranormal. I still don't. But this is something that I fully cannot explain. This might be a slightly longer story, but I'll do my best to keep it brief. For context, I have worked at a movie theater for around 8 years. In late 2017, I received a promotion. I became the manager, and I started to close the building at night. In short, besides office work, all that's required to close is to go through each auditorium in the theater and just check to make sure that nobody is still there. The first time anything unexplainable occurred was January 8th of 2018. I was making my rounds as usual, checking each theater to make sure everybody had left. When I got to auditorium number 9, one of the last ones I have to check, I began to walk up the walkway toward the seats when I heard voices. I didn't think much of it, but I was slightly annoyed, as the last movie playing in that auditorium had ended nearly 2 hours prior to my check. It isn't incredibly rare for people to have long conversations after their movie has ended, but 2 hours is a long time. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but I could tell that it was a group of 2, a man and a woman. As I approached the end of the walkway and neared the corner to look up at the seats, the couple must have heard my footsteps or keys, because I very clearly heard the man say, "Hold on." I turned the corner and began to say something about us being closed and them needing to head out. Upon looking up at the seats, though, I realized that there was nobody there. I swear by all things holy, I checked behind every seat in the auditorium, behind the screen, absolutely nothing. Besides the entrance to the auditorium where I was walking up, the only other exits are 2 alarmed emergency doors on either side of the screen that lead outside. No alarms were set off, and I checked to make sure that both were functional. Finally, I checked if, for any reason, there was some audio playing in the auditorium. The projector had completed its closing shutdown an hour and a half before, and I was in the theater. While still having no concrete explanation, I chalked it up to me being tired, and I convinced myself that I was just hearing things. Fast forward to a year later, with nothing strange happening, and the second instance occurred. This night, instead of checking each auditorium on the ground level, I chose instead to look in through the small windows in the booth, the upstairs area containing the projectors. While the view of the auditorium below isn't perfect, the top-down view is still enough to tell if any stragglers are still hanging around. I got to auditorium number 9, and peering in, I noticed a couple holding hands in the middle 2 seats of the middle row. I could only barely make out the top of the 2 heads above the seats and their held hands resting on the cup holder, separating them. Again, I was slightly annoyed as the last movie had broken hours prior, but at that point I had drawn no parallels between this night and the previous one a year sooner. Due to there being an employee staircase directly next to my location in the booth, it took me about 45 seconds to get into the auditorium. Walking up, I heard the muffled voices of a man and a woman. and at this point there was a certain degree of déjà vu. Sure enough, upon rounding the corner, or nearing it anyway, I heard the man say, "Hold on." Immediately realizing the similarity, I paused, took a breath, and turned the corner. Nobody was there. I freaked out, checked under every seat, behind the screen. Both alarm doors were completely fine and not triggered. And furthermore, I knew for a fact that the projector was shut down because I had just been up there. This time, I took it a step further in my search for an answer. I checked every exit camera in the entire theater, and there was nothing. I checked the outdoor cameras that view the exit doors of the auditorium, and again, nothing. Finally, I looked at the assigned seating chart for the last show. It was a Hindi-language Bollywood film that had sold 0 tickets that day. Needless to say, nobody was in those seats. I was incredibly uncomfortable, and it only got worse when I realized the date. I kid you not, it was January 8th, 2019. I confirmed the first time was the same date by checking a text conversation that I'd had with a coworker that night, joking about how I was losing it after the first instance. Again, I don't believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but ever since the second instance, I've never checked auditorium number 9 on January 8th. I've thought a lot about it since though, and I still have no possible clue as to what might have occurred. None of my fellow managers have ever experienced this, but I've also been the only one working the closing shift on January 8th for the last 5 years. If anyone has any theories, I'd be more than interested in hearing them. I honestly don't believe that anything paranormal occurred here. I can provide any further details that are requested, but not the location for obvious reasons. And just for clarification, when I say I don't believe in ghosts or the paranormal, I more so mean in the horror sense. Stuff like horror movie hauntings, throwing chairs, leaving messages in blood, that kind of thing. The Ghost Adventures TV show, for example. The idea of a moment or event being locked in time or souls unable to fully move on for whatever reason is something that I am open to, and I have considered here. I know I sound closed-minded, but I don't mean to. It's just the way that I'm trying to process things. And honestly, I still don't have a good explanation. This year, my partner needed to be admitted to hospital for an infection with complications. The condition was called Ludwig's angina, and I was allowed to stay with him. We were there a total of 3 nights. Our hospital is quite old. Think that nasty greenish linoleum and the ceiling panels with the dots. I'm not sure the exact year that it was established, but I imagine it would be over 100 years old at this point. On the first night that we stayed, I was trying to fall asleep on a couple of chairs that I had pushed together, which was not very comfortable. I tossed and turned for a bit, and then decided that I needed to get up and use the bathroom. Just before I actually got up, my head was rested on the wall beside me. Through the wall, I heard somebody softly calling out my name. Let me tell you, it scared the pee right back up there. I didn't fall asleep that night. I rather just passed out from exhaustion at a certain point. The next morning, my partner and I went for a walk to go and have a smoke, and the hospital is smoke-free, so we had to walk a bit. Just around the corner from our room in the ward, there were 2 elevators. As we approached the loft, the doors popped open. We both kind of looked at each other with confusion. The light on the button had not been on, so I know that nobody called it. The doors remained open for a while before we hesitantly stepped in. I felt a presence with us, next to the buttons, as I pressed the G button. When I reached over to press it, there was a cooling sensation. I suppose it just could have been a draft, but either way, we went and had our smoke and came back to find the same elevator still open and waiting for us. We both half joked about the kind ghost orderly who was helping us get around. Unrelated to the above stay, our hospital has always had weird stuff happening, with all the lifts. For example, it will stop on floors that aren't requested, or it will go too fast or too slow. I suppose it could be easily explained away as mechanical stuff, but nobody's ever been able to find a problem, so I'm not so sure. I grew up in the countryside, right next to a national park frequently visited by nature lovers and bird enthusiasts. It was the kind of park where you're not really allowed to bike or ride horses, only walk or run. But 10-year-old me thought that was a stupid rule, and I did so anyway, because the trails were perfect for it. I knew full well that I wasn't supposed to do that, and I was caught a few times, but nothing much came of it apart from a half-hearted, "Don't do it again." And I did, of course, until one day something frightening happened that made me stop. My family were horse breeders, and I would often take one of the horses for a ride, usually in the Forbidden Park. This day, very early in the morning, the first day of the summer holiday, it was beautiful outside. Misty and foggy, yet a sky that promised a sunny day ahead. Since it was so early, before 6 o'clock, I knew there wouldn't be anybody on the trail to see me, so I let the horse set off full speed along the trail. I only slowed down on the part of the trail that got steep on one side, leading down to the river, because the thought of one step too close to the edge was too much even for a kid with the next to non-existent risk assessment skills. Suddenly the horse came to a halt and refused to go any farther. I grew up with horses all my life, and I knew that that usually indicates you need to investigate. Is there something with the hooves? Did the horse spot something that spooked it? The hooves were fine, but the horse wouldn't move an inch, and that's when I saw it. Someone had set up a trap, a thin, sharp metal wire across the trail, at perfect neck height for an adult. I stopped and looked around, but I didn't see anybody. The wire was well attached to 2 trees, and impossible for me to remove, so I led the horse around it. And to do so, I had to walk a bit up into the wooded area on the side of the trail. This is when I heard singing. There's a song called Hey Tom to Gubar, and it was that melody, but the lyrics were different and sung in a muffled, sniggering voice. Today, I only remember parts of it, but it translated into something like, "Hey all you runners, come here passing, let the lifeblood pour out." I, as silently as I could, and with my heart in my throat, backed away, got up onto the horse, and hurried back the way I'd come as fast as I could. I knew that I had to tell somebody about it, but at the same time, I wanted to avoid admitting to riding a huge and very forbidden horse on those protected trails, so now I had a problem. The old stories about a man living in the shed in the woods, a shed that was once a cottage for the local hunter, came back to me as I hung onto the horse for dear life. I got home and I told my older brother what had happened, and he went back there with me in tow. We found the wire trap, and after a while of searching, we also found a spear-like pole in the ground, right on the spot where you would land if you came running and jumped over the fallen tree on the trail. That's when we called the police. The area was searched and several similar traps were found, but there was no sight of the old man. The following summer, though, there was big news in the local paper about spear-like poles being found right under the water surface, directly under that little tower you're supposed to dive from at the lake. And black garbage bags filled with big rocks were found on the narrow bridge crossing the river, so that if a car had hit it, chances are it would have gone off the road and into the water. Long story short, someone out there in the woods was making human traps, and I just about ran into one. I've always been in tune with the paranormal since I was a little girl. My relatives tell me that I played hide and seek with my great-grandfather 2 months after his passing. Unbeknownst to me, I was too little to understand death. Besides having contacts with the deceased throughout my life, I've also experienced prophetic dreams multiple times a week, mostly of ordinary events, like dreaming of having a conversation with my mother, and then having it play out a couple of weeks later exactly as I dreamed. Some of my other family members also share some particularities. My mother has foreseen pregnancies and cancers, and my cousin always dreams of people before meeting them. I considered all of this somewhat different, but not completely out of the ordinary. I never thought anything of it, except having the constant déjà vu passing through me like a shockwave from events that play out exactly like in my dreams. Until one day, it all changed. And before I start, I would just like to say that this story is 100% true, and to this day, I don't know the complete truth behind it. In September of 2018, I saw a moth. Nothing unusual, just a regular moth that landed on my desk while I was studying for university. It was the most ordinary moth you could imagine, and I thought nothing of it. Until 3 days later, when I saw another one. Again, a regular moth with no distinguishable features just happened to enter my room and stay on the wall. And then again, a couple days later, I saw another one land close to me at the university. I would be walking on the street and see moths everywhere. Before September of 2018, I had seen maybe 5 moths in my entire life. And then all of a sudden, I saw 5 in 1 week. If it was only happening in my bedroom, I would assume something logical was going on. But they always seemed to follow me everywhere and land close to me, even at random places like the DMV. After a month of this madness, I had a random conversation with my grandmother about something completely unrelated. That's when she mentioned that her deceased mother-in-law, my great-grandmother, was a witch. Not a regular witch, but black magic type of witch. Now, my grandmother is not completely trustworthy since she does exaggerate absolutely everything she says. It could very well have been that she just had some incense and candles, and my grandmother said she was sacrificing chickens to the devil or something. I was never able to figure out the truth of it, since nobody in my family speaks of it. And the one person that does is not a completely reliable witness. But true or not, I started looking into witchcraft and paganism after this conversation, and I came across the symbolism of moths. One of them is spiritual transformation. And then it clicked in my head that maybe, just maybe, someone was trying to reach out to me, to guide me, to get me to research, to tell me that this is what my spiritual path is supposed to be. Maybe it was my great-grandmother trying to hold my hand and steer me in the right direction. Maybe you believe this and maybe you don't. All I know is that after this realization, the moths stopped. I went back to seeing them on a normal, regular basis, and when I do, I always greet them like old friends, and I thank them for the message. It was Christmas Eve of 2014 at about 8 o'clock p.m. I was driving to my boss's house to drop off a set of keys when an orange orb flew over my car. I immediately pulled over to the side and got out of the car and looked up to see a dozen orange orbs the size of cantaloupes. They were 5 to 10 feet above me. They seemed to have heartbeats and would control their brightness, pulsing. I was trying to see if they were solid, but they weren't, which was odd because they were definitely intelligent. They were completely silent and seemed to have their own personalities. Some stood still, while others whizzed by playfully. When I would stare at one, it would blink, I guess to let me know that it saw me. I wasn't scared. I was actually euphoric and very excited to be a witness to this. They seemed friendly to me. I watched them for about 3 to 5 minutes, until they slowly flew away and each one disappeared. I was amazed, and I even stopped at a church that was close by to ask if anybody had seen these things. They said no. To this day, it was one of the most bizarre and profound experiences of my life. Also, the next day, my eyes were burning red and sore. I later found out that there were many other sightings all over the US on the same night. I lived in a 1900 farmhouse in northern Maine, along the border of Canada. The house was a small 2-story clapboard-sided farmhouse. The central heat was a giant handcrafted metal stove. It was large enough to fit a log a foot in diameter and 3 feet long, and sat in the middle of the dirt-floored basement. The stove was so airtight that you could throw in several chunks of split hardwood and dog it down tight. Then you crack the air vent just a tiny bit, and the fire would smolder all night, with heat drifting up through the vents and ducts. It was the main heat source in the house, although there were 2 additional cast iron wood stoves. I lived there with my father and his girlfriend. My father would spend a lot of time working on the property, clearing brush. He also worked on scraping the peeling paint and applying a fresh new coat. Although he refused to invest money in the house, so many of his repairs were low quality and incomplete. After I moved away, I stayed away for over 15 years. One day, my wife and I were staying at a hotel a few hours away and found ourselves with a free day to randomly explore. We ended up driving back to the area of that house and decided to make it our destination. The area hadn't changed much. The area is very sparse, with a lot of dense trees and large grassy yards and fields, farms here and there. We turned off US Highway 1 onto the road named Wilcox Settlement Road. The house was maybe a quarter mile down that road. The sun was low in the late afternoon sky, a bit above the trees. I pulled up at the end of the driveway, or dooryard as the locals call it, and stopped in the road. The house was a wreck, in much worse shape than when my father had owned it. There were a few beat-up cars parked by the house. There were barrels and scrap wood and random old junk all around the yard and on the porch. Much of the siding had been removed, exposing mylar-backed foam insulation boards that had been pressed between the studs in the exterior wall. There was an old, dented, rusty pickup truck parked closest to the road where we sat idling. My foot on the brake, my wife and I sat gaping at the creepy old dilapidated house. The yard was overgrown, and the brush had reclaimed most of what my father had laboriously cleared all those years ago. Movement caught my eye in the dimming light. A waving hand. There was a man standing on the other side of the old pickup truck, and he was slowly waving his arm, beckoning us toward him. He was a large, overweight man, late 30s to mid-40s, dressed in a dirty work coat. His mouth was open in a gap-toothed smile, and he stood there, still, except for his upraised right arm, slowly beckoning us to pull into the driveway. I was frightened. First of all, we didn't see him initially, so it caught us off guard to have him standing as close as he was. Secondly, the way he stood there, watching us, beckoning, reminded me of a scene from a backwoods horror film. The man's smile seemed to me a cunning veneer of harmlessness, belied by a bleary, cold glint of greed, or worse. I instinctively floored the accelerator and sped away. I hate that house. It was a very bad place. I felt like it was stained with bleak sadness, fear, and loneliness. My dad grew up in the 70s in a wooded area in Maine. It was a tiny neighborhood with woods surrounding the outer part. My dad had all sorts of unexplained activity in his mother's house, but this is the one that stuck with me. My dad was around 9 or 10. He couldn't sleep. Right beside his bed was a window, and he could easily look out it from his bed. He heard noises outside, and he got excited because he thought it was a moose or some wild animal. So he whipped open the shade. There was no moose. Looking back at my father was a little boy his age, maybe a little bit younger. He wasn't sure exactly what he was seeing. It was very foggy. But it was undeniable that he was looking at a little boy. A little redhead boy with overalls on and one of those stupid propeller hats. My dad wanted to close the shade and pretend that he had never seen him, but he just could not look away. The boy smiled and waved and began to walk away, becoming harder for my dad to see. Eventually, the boy disappeared into the fog. It was dark, and there was this thick fog. It was easy for my dad to convince himself that he imagined the whole thing. I think little kids find it easier to convince themselves that nothing has happened, that they just have an overactive imagination. I mean, that's what adults always tell children anyway. My dad was over at a friend's house a few days later. They were outside shooting BB guns, normal kids in the 70s, freedom type playing. The friend's dad was working on a car. My dad tells his friend this story, thinking that they would both laugh at how silly my dad was. My dad told the friend, but he didn't laugh. His eyes got wide, and all the color drained from his face. The friend books it over to his dad. My dad panics a little bit, thinking that his friend was telling his dad that he was trying to scare him, and that my dad would get in trouble for it. Instead, the boy runs up to his dad and says, "Dad, Dad, he saw the boy with the funny hat too." In the summer, my parents rented an Airbnb in Holton, Maine. It was a very old farmhouse, but it was recently renovated. The fields and sunsets were beautiful. I always felt like something was watching me. It wasn't a bad feeling, though. We celebrated my birthday there, and that night I had a crazy dream. A woman named Gladys introduced herself to me and told me that this was her home. She told me she loved having my family and I there. She said that she never wanted us to leave. She also said that our birthdays are very close together as well. In the dream, Gladys and I played a board game and talked about so much. Her past, her family, things like that. I tried so hard not to Google her name and see what came up until after I left to go home. But my curiosity got the best of me. Turns out there was an old woman named Gladys who lived there and died about a year earlier. Her birthday was August 10th, and mine is August 7th. The picture that was in her obituary looked exactly like the woman that I saw in the dream. That's how I know that it was her. Redditor OK Armadillo 3754 went out on a 2-week trip through Washington with his girlfriend. They decided not to plan anything and just see where the trip took them. They got a little bit more of the unplanned than they bargained for. This is their story. A couple of years ago, my girlfriend and I decided to take a 2-week trip to Washington State. One of the main goals of our trip was to plan virtually nothing. We wanted to take off, let adventure guide us, stop when we saw something cool, and go back home when it was time. So that's what we did. We started out and just made it up as we went along. It was incredible. First, we visited Yakima, Washington. Then we traveled over to Seattle, wandered through Olympia, explored Bremerton, and eventually made it to Forks. At this point, we decided to go to the Hoh Rainforest, which is one of the largest temperate rainforests in the United States. After we'd been there for a while, wandering through in the car, we realized we'd somehow gotten lost. In fact, we were about 20 miles off track, and we ended up in what looked like a tree logging operation. Everywhere we looked, we saw these wide open sections with tree stumps as far as the eye could see. Traveling through this area, the sun began to set. I can't remember exactly what time of day it was when we saw it, but off in the distance, maybe 100 to 125 yards, I saw movement. Whatever it was moving quite fast, and that intrigued me. I slowed down the car and kept my eyes on the figure, trying to see what it was. At first, I thought it was just a bear. Then, as it passed through a cleared area, I realized something that made my hair stand on end. It was running on its hind legs. I watched for about 15 seconds before this thing finally disappeared into the forest. Whatever it was going at least 30 miles per hour on its hind legs, over quite a distance. I have no explanation for what we saw, but whatever it was no bear. When Redditor Dr. Jim Danger and his friends went camping at 18 years old, they met and hung out with a strange old man. It wasn't until 2 months later that they realized the eccentric man in the woods was far more dangerous than they'd realized. This is their story. When I was about 18, some friends and I took a road trip about 7 hours or so down to the Apalachicola National Forest near Tallahassee, Florida. We were going to do a little car camping, drink a few ice-cold natty lights, 18-year-old stuff. As such, though, we didn't want to be bothered by any park rangers, so we drove way into the woods. We got there, set up camp, had said natty lights, and one of the guys in our group and I decided to do a little exploring. We walked about 100 yards from our site back to the main road and saw another path directly across from us. We started walking. Immediately, we started to see signs that somebody had lived there for a while. Big bags of trash, stuff like that. Should have been a huge red flag to turn around. But, 18. Nothing could hurt us, right? So we get to this campsite of an older white guy living out of his van. Clothesline strung up, coolers placed around it, and a big, gorgeous dog. I think maybe a golden retriever. We tried to back out, but he sees us and starts talking. He's friendly enough, asks us where we're from, tells us about some cool spots to check out in the park, and we ended up chatting for 10 minutes or so before going on our way. I kept thinking to myself how odd it was that he gave us directions in steps, not yards or miles. The guy always seemed to be off balance, too. Not stumbling drunk, but more like he was walking on a balance beam, swaying side to side. The other thing that seemed a little odd was how absolutely enthusiastic he was when talking about the national parks and forests where we were from. I mean, super excited. But whatever, right? We shook it off. The camping part was over, and we went back to our tents. The rest of the trip went well, and we didn't think about it again. Until 2 months later. The same buddy that I'd met that guy with calls me really late at night, wakes me up, tells me to turn on the TV to the news. I oblige. I see an old dude with a van. You see where this is headed, but I didn't. So I got pretty pissed at my friend for waking me up. I was about to hang up when he said, "No, watch." And then I see the golden retriever, and it all clicks. What the heck? The news report was about a murder. A few, actually. That man's name was Gary Michael Hilton, convicted of at least 4 murders. He kidnapped and murdered a girl on Blood Mountain, Georgia, an older couple in North Carolina, and a girl in the Apalachicola, literally at the campsite that we had spoken to him on, not that long after we left. And yes, all of the places where he had victims were the very same places he had been so enthusiastically talking to us about. Obviously, we call the cops. They put us in touch with the Florida Bureau of Investigation, and we get flown down to take investigators to the campsite. We pointed out every spot where we'd seen anything, told them exactly what he told us, and showed them the places he described to us. I didn't find out until after the trial, but apparently they found what appeared to be partially destroyed human finger bones in an area near the site. We even had to fly down to testify. To this day, it's the craziest thing I've ever experienced, and I'd be more than happy if it stayed that way. One night shift, I was dispatched to the VA clinic. As it turned out, a juvenile was in a psychiatric appointment for hearing voices. The kid reportedly heard a pair of hatchets tell him to cut people, so of course, the mom brought him to a doctor. During the appointment, the mother grabbed the hatchets from a bag to show the psychiatrist. As soon as she put them in view, the kid grabbed them and ran out of the building and directly into the cemetery across the street. Thankfully, I was not asked to run alongside K9 to track this kid, but they did find him without any major incidents. I was, however, tasked with bringing the kid to the centers for evaluation, and while he was in the back of my patrol car, we distracted him with questions while another officer very subtly placed the hatchets in my trunk. It was quiet for a while on the way, and all of a sudden the kid said, "Sir, you have my hatchets in the trunk, don't you? I can feel them." I didn't verbally respond, but I simply laughed a little. I have never been so freaked out by anything to this day. The centers obviously wouldn't take the hatchets. My sergeant told me not to place them into evidence, and I tried to return them to the mother, and she refused to take them. I think we ultimately threw them out, but I don't really know. I just hope they never reunite with that kid ever again. I'm telling this story to maybe get some help in identifying what I saw, because I've been trying to figure it out for 3 years. I was a U.S. Marine from 2014 to 2019. I deployed to the Philippines to help out some joint operations. It was right after the siege of Marawi. Basically, all we did was stare at the top of the jungle canopy, looking for heat signals and then communicating fire missions for artillery. We were about 3 months into the deployment and like 4 hours into this mission staring at absolutely nothing. We were over the mountains of Bassalon with really thick jungle canopy. Even with infrared, it's really hard to see anything out there. It was like trying to find needles in a haystack with Vaseline in your eyes. But when something's above the canopy, like a helicopter, birds, or monkeys in the trees, it pops up, and you can really get some good definition depending on how good the camera operator is, and atmospherics, of course. I was the camera guy, and I was just chilling, staring into the void while my pilot burned circles into the sky for hours. I asked my officer in charge of the flight if I could go smoke while the pilot took over the camera after I locked on to a geopoint to keep the camera from going all over the place, and he said yes. So I go smoke, and not a minute later, I hear the guy inside flying go, hey dude, you should get back in here and look at this. So I go back inside all pissed off because I hadn't got to finish my cigarette. But then I see what my pilot had locked the camera onto. I hopped back into my seat, and I took back control. I was like, alright, is it cows or ISIS? But it's none of those things. It's just flying above the canopy at a pretty good clip, flapping and gliding on what I can only assume are very large pointed wings. At this point, it's just a very dark shape moving over the canopy, until I clean up the infrared image and start to pick out more. At first I'm like, dude, it's just a really big bird. But then I see like a rounded head at the front, and a small space in between what I assumed was the tail, making me think it had some kind of legs. The detail wasn't amazing, but you could make out general shapes. If I have a good day for atmospherics and light and altitude, I can tell an RPG from an AK-47 if I'm lucky. That kind of detail. Then my smart, college-educated officer is like, check the measuring tool. It looks kind of big. We have a tool that uses geodata, altitude, and the aircraft's position, allowing you to use the laser and the program to let you know how far a distance is between 2 points. We mostly use it to measure buildings and artillery shot distances, but given what we had and the height of the canopy, I didn't see why it wouldn't work for this too. So I take a screen cap of my cam and I send it to my pilot to work on while I'm still on lock. He does the math and he comes up with a roughly 6-foot length and a 17-foot wingspan. As I watched it fly, I just kept thinking, that looks like a bat. Just the way that it flapped and moved and the general shape. It wasn't a bird, and its wings definitely came out at like an angle and stretched, just like a bat. But there's no bat that big. The crew and I talked about it, passed it up to higher, but eventually we had to actually go do our jobs instead of become amateur zoologists. But after that flight, I just couldn't shake that feeling, or place what it was. The other thing was that right next to our smoke pit, when we're not flying the drones, there's this thing that's absolutely filled with fruit bats, and it glows in infrared. This thing didn't. So my pilot and I got curious and we started asking the local people and contractors who worked at the chow hall and at the PX. A bunch of them laughed and told us that it was because we stay up too late and we work too long on night shift. But a couple of the older ones told us about an aswang or a tik-tik. Sometimes people call it a manananggal. Apparently it's this big old flying thing that eats babies. But in an effort to disprove giant baby-eating women man-bats, can somebody please tell me what I saw? Because I would much rather my spicy PTSD just be regular PTSD. Back in October of 1989, my mother and I went up to the western part of North Carolina for a week. to see the leaves change color. We rented a cabin which was owned by the cousin of my brother's former high school band teacher who had retired several years earlier. The band director was more or less keeping watch over the place. He lived down the street, but it wasn't until Friday afternoon that we saw him. The cabin was somewhat in the wilderness, but it was near a main road. The band director had to go away for the weekend and was letting us know. We had the number of his cousin in case we needed any help. That was on a Friday afternoon. Up until that time, the trip had been uneventful. Friday evening, we went to a church dinner, which was down the road. When we came back home, it was already dark. My mom started thinking that we were the only ones on this road, and that we didn't know where the nearest neighbor was, and that was unsettling to her. The moon wasn't full, but there was a light to it. We had separate rooms inside the cabin. The power went out in the cabin shortly after we came home from the church dinner. Then, my mother heard what sounded like footsteps, and she saw what looked like an outline of a hat through the window. There was a man walking around near the cabin. Then we saw this hat disappear into the woods. By this time, both of us were together and terrified. We thought that this man was going to come into the cabin and harm us. Both of us wondered if he had cut the power source. I decided to sleep in the bed that was in my mother's room. We tried to sleep and then were awakened by an owl hooting. My mom could see the owl's eyes, which were looking into the window. The drape couldn't be closed the entire way. The owl didn't take its eyes off my mom the entire night, and it hooted all night long too. My mother tried to ignore the owl, but its presence really unnerved her. The eyes really unnerved me. Neither of us could sleep. Every noise jarred us awake. It would be like, "What's that? Did you hear that?" Every once in a while, we would see the outline of that hat walking around the general area, and then it would go off into the woods. Both of us were freaked out by this point, but we also weren't about to leave in the middle of the night. There was no phone in the cabin, and this was long before cell phones were common. The power finally did come back on several hours later, or so it seemed. We were in the wee hours of the morning at that point. Originally, we were going to leave on Sunday, but we left as soon as the sun came up on Saturday. A couple of days later, my mother got a call from the band director. Apparently, the man that we had seen was a mountain man who was a handyman who had been trying to get the power back on for us. He was harmless, but neither the band director or his cousin had told us that he lived out in the woods. Had we known this, we wouldn't have left on Saturday. He was the one that had told the band director that we left a day early. We can laugh about it now. It was a memorable night. That owl still freaks me out, though.